we could say that after 2 decades of instability, it was Hafez al-Assad who stabilized Syria. The Muslim Brotherhood had a massive uprising in Hama. So Assad had to use force. Thousands of people were killed apparently. Hama uprising was put down brutally. We promised stability, we promise economic prosperity, we don't discriminate against communities, but at the same time, we also don't want these kind of armed challenges or resistance to our rule. So this was the message they were saying.
What triggered the protests in 2011 and how did that escalate so drastically?
The protests were very genuine and they wanted economic freedom, they want political freedom against the regime. But in Syria, the protesters, they never managed to gather enough political capital. The military stood solidly behind the Assad regime.
On March 15, 2011, a small protest in the southern city of Dara in Syria set off a chain of events that would soon engulf an entire nation. What began as a call for reform grew into one of the most devastating conflicts of the 21st century. But Syria's story didn't begin in 2011. To understand how a peaceful uprising turned into a brutal civil war that drew in regional powers, global superpowers, jihadist networks, and millions of civilians, we need to look further back. Back to borders drawn after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, back to the rise of the Baath Party, back to decades of authoritarian rule, economic stagnation, and sectarian tension that simmered beneath the surface. By 2015, Syria had fractured into territories shaped by shifting alliances, armed groups, foreign interventions, and the rise of ISIS, a force that redrew not only Syria's map, but also global conversations on terrorism and state collapse. In this first part of our series on Syria, Global Fault Lines traces the country's journey from the early 20th century to the breaking point of 2015, asking how Syria became the epicenter of a conflict that reshaped geopolitics far beyond its borders. I'm Sharmada Venkatasubramanian, and joining me is Stanley Johnny, the Hindu's International Affairs editor. So welcome back to the podcast. To start with, let's go back in history. Let's talk about a quick, brief history about Syria. How would you say the modern borders of Syria were shaped by, say, the fall of the Ottoman Empire and eventually when the Sykes-Picot Agreement also came into play?
Yeah.
And also, what was the political, social, and ideological situation in Syria around that period?
I mean, whenever we are talking about West Asia or the Middle East or the formation of the modern boundaries, you will have to actually go back to the Ottoman period.
Right.
Because particularly in the case of Syria, so Syria was one of the vilayats of the Ottoman Empire in West Asia.
Right.
So it's called the Syria Vilayat. But the modern Syrian boundaries emerged only after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire.
Right.
And we know that, the region underwent drastic changes in the 1920s because the Ottomans were defeated. The British would arrive in the region. In 1917, General Allenby would make his historic entry into Jerusalem.
Right.
The British and the French, predominantly British, who were the superpower at that time.
Yeah.
And during the war, the First World War, so they had made different promises to different actors. We touched it upon in our very first episode of Global Fault Line. So the British promised the Arabs that they would respect the Arab independence if the Arabs revolted against the Ottomans. And the Arabs did actually revolt against the Ottomans. And the British promised to the Jews that they would support them. They would support basically the creation of a Jewish homeland in Palestine. This was the 1917 Balfour Declaration. And then in 1916, and the British and the French reached a secret agreement. That's the Sykes-Picot Agreement, which you mentioned in your question. So the essence of the Sykes-Picot Agreement was that, the British and the French, those days, the main colonial European powers who had a stake in this region, they were also part of the war. So they decided that once the Ottomans are defeated, they would basically divide the Ottoman Arab land into spheres of influence. The British sphere of influence and the French sphere of influence. So according to that, they divided it into area A and B. So today's Syria, which at that time called the Inner Syria, and Mount Lebanon, which was the Christian populated area, and the surrounding villages, which is, broadly speaking, today's Syria and Lebanon. Those regions made up Area A, and that was considered to be a French sphere of influence. And the Palestinian corridor, which is in the south, which is Palestine and the eastern bank of the Jordan River, which is today's Jordan, and then Iraq. So that would be the British sphere of influence. This is how they decided in the Sykes-Picot Agreement.
Right.
When the war was over, the Ottomans were defeated, and then the question was how they were going to divide this land. And the British, as I said earlier, had made contradicting promises to different actors. So what the British did, they would take Palestine in their control, and then they would continue to support the Jewish migration from Europe to Palestine. And they had also promised that they would respect Arab independence, right? And those promises were made in the British letters to Sharif Hussain of Mecca, the Hashemite family. So they would give Iraq and eastern bank of Jordan River to the Hashemites. So Sharif Hussein's son, Faisal, what he will do, he will cross the border from Jordan, and then he will move towards Syria, what is today Syria, and he will establish the Syrian kingdom. Because according to Faisal, the British had made this promise that they would give the Arab lands to the Hashemites.
Right.
Once the Ottomans are defeated. Now the Ottomans are defeated. So this land belonged to me or my family. This is what Faisal believed. So Faisal would basically declare Kingdom of Syria and declare himself the king.
Right.
But the French were not happy because according to the Sykes-Picot Agreement, the French wanted to take over Syria.
Yeah.
So they would send troops to Syria and the British would do nothing. Apparently, the Hashemites thought that the British would support them. Definitely not, right? Because they didn't know at that time that there was a Sykes-Picot Agreement. So the British would do nothing because British were there in Palestine and they would stay in Palestine. And the Jordan, which is Transjordan, Eastern Bank, was held by the Hashemites. But the Hashemites were defeated in Syria and pushed back by the French.
Right.
So the Kingdom of Syria, that was a very brief experiment, and that would end with the French occupation of the whole of Syria and Lebanon.
Right.
And it was the French who would divide basically Syria and Lebanon into two different administrative entities. For example, if you talk to the Syrians, even today, they would still lay claims over Lebanon. Because for them, Lebanon was historically part of Greater Syria, right? But it was the French, the colonial forces who divided Syria into these two. So Mount Lebanon and the surrounding regions would become Lebanon, which is today's Lebanon.
Right.
And then the rest, the inner Syria would become the Syrian, basically the colony, the French colony of Syria. And it was after the French takeover of Syria that the modern boundaries would be actually demarcated. Right. That would be reached in an agreement between the British and the French, and the boundaries of Syria, Jordan, and the mandatory Palestine and Lebanon. All these borders would be decided. So there was a long colonial process behind the emergence of the modern boundaries of West Asia in the aftermath of the collapse of the Ottoman Empire.
So, what would you say was the impact that the French left behind?
Well, the French would stay in power for, from the 1920s to 1940s.
Right.
So during this period, both Lebanon and Syria would remain under France's control.
Right.
For example, in the case of Lebanon, you look at Lebanon's political system, it's a confessional system. Lebanon is a multi-sectarian society, right? You have the Shia, you have the Sunnis, and you have the Christians. Maronite Christians, predominantly French-influenced Maronite Christians, and then you have the Druze, which is a minority sect. And if you look at Lebanon's constitution, which was basically emerged out of the French era, Lebanese president should be Christian, the prime minister should be a Sunni Muslim, and the speaker of parliament should be a Shia Muslim. So these posts are basically reserved for the communities.
Right.
This is what we call a confessional system. This is a legacy of the French era. I mean, this is how the French thought they should solve the problem of a multi-sectarian society.
Right.
But this has, in the long run, turned out to be one of the major weaknesses of Lebanon's political system. So in the case of Syria, Syria is predominantly Sunni. I mean, today, if you look at Syria, it's 70% Sunni.
Right.
Let's say some 15% Alawites. So Alawism is an offshoot of Shiaism. So it's not Shiaism per se, but it's very closely associated with Shiaism. And then Syria also has roughly 10% Christians, the Eastern Christians. And then they also have Druze, a smaller segment of Druze, as well as Shias. Kurds, of course, but Kurds are Sunnis. Syrian Kurds are Sunnis. So this is how the Syrian society is divided religiously. So ethnically, if you look at the Syrian society, they are divided as the Kurds. The Kurds are there in the northeast, and then the Arabs, predominantly Arabs. Both Christians and Muslims are Arabs. So it's a very divided society. Once the French left in the 1940s, Syria's new rulers found it increasingly difficult to build a centralized authority, because you see, if you look at Syria throughout the 1950s and early 1960s, there were multiple coups in Syria. I think there were 5 or 6 coups between 1950 and 1970. Right? So multiple coups were there. So nobody was able to basically stabilize Syria. That is mainly because of these divisions. And the French, it was a colonial administration. They had enforced their rule. And once they were gone, local rulers failed to build a common nationalist narrative. Right? So Syria continued to witness multiple coups. For example, there's an interesting series in Netflix. It's called Eli. So it's about the Israeli spy, who's Eli Cohen, who would actually befriend a Syrian general who would orchestrate a coup. And once the general becomes the president of Syria, and Eli was pretending himself as a very wealthy Arab, but he's actually Israeli. And then he would become, I think, a deputy defense minister in Syria. But finally, the Syrians would catch him and then execute him. I mean, this show also shows the period, especially in 1960s, this period of political instability in Syria. So it was actually Bashar al-Assad's father, Hafez al-Assad, who would stabilize the country.
Right. So again, that brings me to the next question. So it was in the 1960s that the Baath Party first came
That's
to
correct,
power.
63.
Right.
Yeah.
And what was the vision that they offered the Syrians, and how did Hafez al-Assad, like you mentioned, how did he use that vision to consolidate power and establish his own unique, distinct style of governance?
If you look at 1950s Syria or 1950s Arab world in general, so it was a period of decolonization, like many other countries like India, countries in Africa, Asia. So in West Asia also, they witnessed the retreat of the British. The British still maintained some influence in the Gulf, in the Persian Gulf region, but by late 1960s, they would exit Persian Gulf as well. And in Egypt, you saw the rise of the Arab nationalist movement under the officers. It's called the officers movement under Gamal Abdel Nasser. We can discuss that in detail later. So Nasser, basically, he was left-wing, he was a socialist, and he believed in pan-Arabism, that trans-boundary solidarity among the Arabs, right? So pan-Arabism was very influential. It was a very influential ideology among the Arabs at that point of time. For example, in the case of Syria, so Syria had declared the United Arab Republic in 1958 alongside Egypt. So one country, one leader as 2 federations. So this was a great experiment, because the Syrian ruler at that point of time, as well as Nasser in Egypt, so they pushed forward the idea of pan-Arabism that transcends boundaries, national boundaries. So one collective political entity. But this turned out to be a complete disaster. So United Arab Republic was established in 1958. And then the internal contradictions would surface. The Syrians always complained that the Egyptians had the upper hand, they had the hegemony, they were not ready to accept it, and within Syria, there were opposition to basically opposition towards the Syrian leadership, abandoning the sovereignty of Syria, right? So by early 1960s, the UAR would collapse. Basically, Syria would leave the unity, and then that would lead to another coup. So 1963, the Baath Party comes to power. So you had at that time, different sections were there in Syria. Islamists have always been there. Particularly the Muslim Brotherhood, which was established in 1920s. But Muslim Brotherhood, the Islamist ideology was not that powerful, politically powerful. Pan-Arabism was a powerful ideology, but they had their time. I mean, they experimented their political ideology, put it into practice in their association with Egypt, but then it failed. And another ideological force was the Baath Party. So if you look at Baath Party, they also promoted Arab unity, and they were left-wing. Basically, it was a left-wing movement because Baath Party is socialist, and they were secular. They were completely opposite to Islamists. So they wanted to keep religion away, completely away. So Saddam Hussein was also coming from the Baath Party tradition, right? And they kind of, they are nationalists, but they promoted Arab unity. They are from the left wing of the spectrum, but they were not communists. Because for them, Baath Party, the Arab identity, the Arab ethnic identity was very important. Because it is Arab nationalist party, right? When the Baath captured power, 1963, they offered a new beginning in Syria. I mean, it would be nationalist, but at the same time, they would align with Arab causes. And they were on the left, so they would basically build stronger ties with the Soviet Union in the region, right? And they also promised to build a centralized state in Syria because Syria had witnessed multiple coups after coups. So a new centralized state, and they also promised to keep religion out of politics because they are secularists. Because they thought that the Baathists thought that religious politics would ruin Syria because Syria is a multi-religious society, right? Multi-ethnic society. So it is a mosaic Syrian society even today. So if you want to keep everyone together, you need to have a secular state, right? A state that doesn't discriminate. We could say that after 2 decades of instability, it was Hafez al-Assad who stabilized Syria. The Muslim Brotherhood had a massive uprising in Hama. So Assad had to use force. Thousands of people were killed, apparently. Hama uprising was put down brutally. We promised stability. We promise economic prosperity. We don't discriminate against communities. But at the same time, we also don't want these kind of armed challenges or resistance to our rule. So this was the message they were saying.
What triggered the protests in 2011 and how did that escalate so drastically?
The protests were very genuine and they wanted economic freedom, they want political freedom against the regime. But in Syria, the protesters, they never managed to gather enough political capital. The military stood solidly behind the Assad regime.
On March 15, 2011, a small protest in the southern city of Dara in Syria set off a chain of events that would soon engulf an entire nation. What began as a call for reform grew into one of the most devastating conflicts of the 21st century. But Syria's story didn't begin in 2011. To understand how a peaceful uprising turned into a brutal civil war that drew in regional powers, global superpowers, jihadist networks, and millions of civilians, we need to look further back. Back to borders drawn after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, back to the rise of the Baath Party, back to decades of authoritarian rule, economic stagnation, and sectarian tension that simmered beneath the surface. By 2015, Syria had fractured into territories shaped by shifting alliances, armed groups, foreign interventions, and the rise of ISIS, a force that redrew not only Syria's map, but also global conversations on terrorism and state collapse. In this first part of our series on Syria, Global Fault Lines traces the country's journey from the early 20th century to the breaking point of 2015, asking how Syria became the epicenter of a conflict that reshaped geopolitics far beyond its borders. I'm Sharmada Venkata and joining me is Stanley Johnny, the Hindu's International Affairs editor. So, welcome back to the podcast. To start with, let's go back in history. Let's talk about a quick, brief history about Syria. How would you say the modern borders of Syria were shaped by, say, the fall of the Ottoman Empire and eventually when the Sykes-Picot Agreement also came into play?
Yeah.
And also, what was the political, social, and ideological situation in Syria around that period?
I mean, whenever we are talking about West Asia or the Middle East, or the formation of the modern boundaries, you will have to actually go back to the Ottoman period.
Right.
Because particularly in the case of Syria, so Syria was one of the vilayats of the Ottoman Empire in West Asia.
Right.
So it's called the Syria Vilayat. But the modern Syrian boundaries emerged only after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire.
Right.
And we know that, the region underwent drastic changes in the 1920s because the Ottomans were defeated. The British would arrive in the region. In 1917, General Allenby would make his historic entry into Jerusalem.
Right.
The British and the French, predominantly British, who were the superpower at that time.
Yeah.
And during the war, the First World War, so they had made different promises to different actors. We touched it upon in our very first episode of Global Faultline. So the British promised the Arabs that they would respect the Arab independence if the Arabs revolted against the Ottomans. And the Arabs did actually revolt against the Ottomans. And the British promised the Jews that they would support them. They would support basically the creation of a Jewish homeland in Palestine. This was the 1917 Balfour Declaration. And then in 1916, and the British and the French reached a secret agreement. That's the Sykes-Picot Agreement, which you mentioned in your question. So the essence of the Sykes-Picot Agreement was that, the British and the French, those days, the main colonial European powers, who had a stake in this region, they were also part of the war. So they decided that once the Ottomans are defeated, they would basically divide the Ottoman Arab land into spheres of influence. The British sphere of influence and the French sphere of influence. So according to that, they divided it into area A and B. So today's Syria, which at that time called the Inner Syria, and Mount Lebanon, which was the Christian populated area, and the surrounding villages, which is, broadly speaking, today's Syria and Lebanon. Those regions made up area A, and that was considered to be a French sphere of influence. And the Palestinian corridor, which is in the south, which is Palestine and the eastern bank of the Jordan River, which is today's Jordan, and then Iraq. So that would be the British sphere of influence. This is how they decided in the Sykes-Picot Agreement.
Right.
When the war was over, the Ottomans were defeated, and then the question was how they were going to divide this land. And the British, as I said earlier, had made contradicting promises to different actors. So what the British did, they would take Palestine in their control, and then they would continue to support the Jewish migration from Europe to Palestine. And they had also promised that they would respect Arab independence, right? And those promises were made in the British letters to Sharif Hussain of Mecca, the Hashemite family. So they would give Iraq and eastern bank of Jordan River to the Hashemites. So Sharif Hussein's son, Faisal, what he will do, he will cross the border from Jordan, and then he will move towards Syria, what is today Syria, and he will establish the Syrian kingdom. Because according to Faisal, the British had made this promise, that they would give the Arab lands to the Hashemites.
Right.
Once the Ottomans are defeated. Now the Ottomans are defeated. So this land belonged to me or my family. This is what Faisal believed. So Faisal would basically declare Kingdom of Syria and declare himself the king.
Right.
But the French were not happy because according to the Sykes-Picot Agreement, the French wanted to take over Syria.
Yeah.
So they would send troops to Syria and the British would do nothing. Apparently, the Hashemites thought that the British would support them. Definitely not, right?
Yeah.
Because they didn't know at that time that there was a Sykes-Picot Agreement. So the British would do nothing because British were there in Palestine and they would stay in Palestine. And the Jordan which is Transjordan, Eastern Bank, was held by the Hashemites, but the Hashemites were defeated in Syria and pushed back by the French.
Right.
So the Kingdom of Syria, that was a very brief experiment, and that would end with the French occupation of the whole of Syria and Lebanon.
Right.
And it was the French who would divide basically Syria and Lebanon into two different administrative entities. For example, if you talk to the Syrians, even today, they would still lay claims over Lebanon, because for them, Lebanon was historically part of Greater Syria, right? But it was the French, the colonial forces, who divided Syria into these two. So Mount Lebanon and the surrounding regions would become Lebanon, which is today's Lebanon.
Right.
And then the rest, the inner Syria, would become the Syrian, basically the colony, the French colony of Syria. And it was after the French takeover of Syria that the modern boundaries would be actually demarcated.
Right.
You know, that would be reached in an agreement between the British and the French, and the boundaries of Syria, Jordan, and the mandatory Palestine and Lebanon. All these borders would be decided. So there was a long colonial process behind the emergence of the modern boundaries of West Asia in the aftermath of the collapse of the Ottoman Empire.
So, what would you say was the impact that the French left behind?
Well, the French would stay in power for, from the 1920s to 1940s.
Right.
So during this period, both Lebanon and Syria would remain under France's control.
Right.
For example, in the case of Lebanon, you look at Lebanon's political system, it's a confessional system. Lebanon is a multi-sectarian society, right? You have the Shia, you have the Sunnis, and you have the Christians. Maronite Christians, predominantly French-influenced Maronite Christians, and then you have the Druze, which is a minority sect. And if you look at Lebanon's constitution, which was basically emerged out of the French era, Lebanese president should be Christian, the prime minister should be a Sunni Muslim, and the speaker of parliament should be a Shia Muslim. So these posts are basically reserved for the communities.
Right.
This is what we call a confessional system. This is a legacy of the French era. I mean, this is how the French thought they should solve the problem of a multi-sectarian society.
Right.
But this has in the long run turned out to be one of the major weaknesses of Lebanon's political system. So in the case of Syria, Syria is predominantly Sunni. I mean, today if you look at Syria, it's 70% Sunni.
Right.
Let's say some 15% Alawites. So Alawism is an offshoot of Shiaism. So it's not Shiaism per se, but it's very closely associated with Shiaism. And then Syria also has roughly 10% Christians, the Eastern Christians. And then they also have Druze, a smaller segment of Druze, as well as Shias. Kurds, of course, but Kurds are Sunnis. Syrian Kurds are Sunnis. So this is how the Syrian society is divided religiously. So ethnically, if you look at the Syrian society, they are divided as the Kurds. The Kurds are there in the northeast, and then the Arabs, predominantly Arabs. Both Christians and Muslims are Arabs. So it's a very divided society. Once the French left in the 1940s, Syria's new rulers found it increasingly difficult to build a centralized authority, because you see, if you look at Syria throughout the 1950s and early 1960s, there were multiple coups in Syria. I think there were 5 or 6 coups between 1950 and 1970. Right? So multiple coups were there. So nobody was able to basically stabilize Syria. That is mainly because of these divisions. And the French, it was a colonial administration. They had enforced their rule, and once they were gone, local rulers failed to build a common nationalist narrative. Right? So Syria continued to witness multiple coups. For example, there's an interesting series in Netflix. It's called Eli. So it's about the Israeli spy, who's Eli Cohen, who would actually befriend a Syrian general who would orchestrate a coup. And once the general becomes the president of Syria, and Eli was pretending himself as a very wealthy Arab, but he's actually Israeli. And then he would become, I think, a deputy defense minister in Syria. But finally, the Syrians would catch him and then execute him. I mean, this show also shows the period, especially in 1960s, this period of political instability in Syria. So it was actually Bashar al-Assad's father, Hafez al-Assad, who would stabilize the country.
Right. So again, that brings me to the next question. So it was in the 1960s that the Baath Party first came
That's
to
correct,
power.
63.
Right.
Yeah.
And what was the vision that they offered the Syrians, and how did Hafiz al-Assad, like you mentioned, how did he use that vision to consolidate power and establish his own unique, distinct style of governance?
If you look at 1950s Syria or 1950s Arab world in general, so it was a period of decolonization, like many other countries like India, countries in Africa, Asia. So in West Asia also, they witnessed the retreat of the British. The British still maintained some influence in the Gulf, in the Persian Gulf region, but by late 1960s, they would exit Persian Gulf as well.
Right.
And in Egypt, you saw the rise of the Arab nationalist movement under the officers. It's called the officers movement under Gamal Abdel Nasser. We can discuss that in detail later.
Yeah.
So Nasser, basically, he was left-wing, he was a socialist, and he believed in pan-Arabism.
Right.
That trans-boundary solidarity among the Arabs, right? So pan-Arabism was very influential. It was a very influential ideology among the Arabs at that point of time. For example, in the case of Syria, so Syria had declared the United Arab Republic in 1958 alongside Egypt.
Yeah.
So one country, one leader as two, federations.
Right.
So this was a great experiment because the Syrian ruler at that point of time, as well as Nasser in Egypt, so they pushed forward the idea of pan-Arabism that transcends boundaries, national boundaries. So one collective political entity.
Right.
But this turned out to be a complete disaster.
Right.
So United Arab Republic was established in 1958. And then the internal contradictions would surface.
Right.
The Syrians always complained that the Egyptians had the upper hand, they had the hegemony, they were not ready to accept it, and within Syria, there were opposition to, opposition towards the Syrian leadership abandoning the sovereignty of Syria, right? So by early 1960s, the UAR would collapse, basically. Syria would leave the unity, and then that would lead to another coup. So 1963, the Baath Party comes to power.
Right.
So you had at that time, different sections were there in Syria. Islamists have always been there, particularly the Muslim Brotherhood, which was established in 1920s. But Muslim Brotherhood, the Islamist ideology was not that powerful, politically powerful.
Right.
Pan-Arabism was a powerful ideology, but they had their time. I mean, they experimented their political ideology, put it into practice in their association with Egypt, but then it failed. And another ideological force was the Baath Party. So if you look at Baath Party, they also promoted Arab unity, and they were left-wing. Basically, it was a left-wing movement because Baath Party is socialist, and they were secular. Right. They were completely opposite to Islamists. So they wanted to keep religion away, completely away. So Saddam Hussein was also coming from the Baath Party tradition, right? And they kind of, they are nationalists, but they promoted Arab unity. They are from the left wing of the spectrum, but they were not communists. Because for them, Baath Party, the Arab identity, the Arab ethnic identity was very important. Because it is Arab nationalist party, right? When the Baath captured power, 1963, they offered a new beginning in Syria. I mean, it would be nationalist, but at the same time, they would align with Arab causes. And they were on the left, so they would basically build stronger ties with the Soviet Union in the region, right? And they also promised to build a centralized state in Syria because Syria had witnessed multiple coups after coups. So a new centralized state, and they also promised to keep religion out of politics because they are secularists. Because they thought that the Baathists thought that religious politics would ruin Syria because Syria is a multi-religious society, right? Multi-ethnic society. So it is a mosaic Syrian society even today. So if you want to keep everyone together, you need to have a secular state, right? A state that doesn't discriminate against any religion. So this was the Baath Party's promise. But even in the Baath, even after the Baath came to power, Baath also initially struggled to consolidate power, right? There were coups, there were intra-party coups after Baath came to power. But, there is one thing, from 1963 onwards, the Baath stayed in power until recently, until the collapse of the Bashar government. We can discuss that later. But within the Baath Party, there were actually coups in the 1960s until Hafez captured power. Hafez was the defense minister. He belonged to the Syrian Air Force before that. And then he became defense minister. And in 1970, he would capture power to a bloodless coup. And after Hafez al-Assad, Bashar's father, and after he captured power, he kind of consolidated Baath Party's influence. So, all the promises which Baath Party made, like secularism, a stronger state, distribution, holding everybody together. So he basically built his state based on those promises. But at the same time, they also built a personality cult around him. And he came from the Alawite community. So he's not Sunni. This is very important in the case of Syria. He is coming from a minority sect. And he took secularism as a very serious principle. So Syria was a constitutionally secular republic, right? So we could say that after 2 decades of instability and coups, counter coups, it was Hafez al-Assad who stabilized Syria. And from 1970s onwards. And in the case of foreign policy also, he was not an adventurist, but at the same time, he started building closer ties with the Soviet Union. And after the 1979 Islamic Revolution in Iran, he started building very close ties with the Iranians as well.
So again, going on with the same chronology, in the 1970s and 1990s, what was the political and social and economic situation in Syria? What was that like?
We can argue that the Ba'athists in the 1970s itself, Ba'athists were consolidating power. But at the same time, they faced challenges as well because, as I said earlier, Syria is, it is a very complex society. And even though the Baath Party, which is a secular party, and they had a secular constitution, the fact that the president came from a minority community, Alawite community, remained an issue for many Islamists in Syria. For example, if you talk to the hardliners, they would say that, for example, hardliners means now you have Al-Qaeda's remains are there in Syria, right? And they are in the driving seat in Syria today. So for them, Alawites are not even Muslims. And they had said that in the public in the past. So they don't consider Alawites as true, quote unquote, Muslims. So for many in Syria, basically the capture of power by Hafez al-Assad and his family was not acceptable. And in the 1980s, Assad actually faced his first major test because the Muslim Brotherhood in Hama, which is a central city, the Muslim Brotherhood had a massive uprising in Hama. So Assad had to use force. Nobody knows exact numbers, but thousands of people were killed apparently, or that Hama uprising was put down brutally. For example, Thomas Friedman was posted, I think around that time he was the Middle East correspondent of New York Times. So his first book, I usually recommend this book to whoever is asking me for a beginner's guide about the Middle East. So his book, From Beirut to Jerusalem, it was published I think sometime in the 1980s or 1990s. It offers basically a good guide to the region, of the 1980s. So Thomas Friedman writes that he met Rifat al-Assad, Hafiz's brother, on a plane, and then he asked him that, you killed 8,000 people. in Hama. So Rifat says, are you kidding me, Tom? We killed 18,000 people in Hama. So Rifat at that time was very close to the regime. So the Syrians, the message the Syrians were trying to send was that, yes, there was a challenge to the regime, and then we put it down.
Right.
So we used force, but we brought back stability.
Right.
So this was the message. They were also telling, the critics of the regime that do not rise against the regime.
Right.
Okay. So we promise stability, we promise economic prosperity, we don't discriminate against communities, but at the same time, we also don't want these kind of armed challenges or resistance to our rule. So this was the message they were saying. Hafiz also brought in economic modernization. So he brought in political modernization as well. He built institutions in Syria. And I think you have to give him that credit for stabilizing Syria. But at the same time, Syria was not a democratic, society. Elections were there, but only Hafiz al-Assad will win with 90% vote. So the parliament was mainly a rubber stamp parliament. So basically it was the Baath party rule, but Baath party was controlled by the Assad family. So you could say it was Assad family rule. But at the same time, he managed to maintain stability, managed to hold Syria together throughout his time.
And then eventually in 2000, it's Bashar al-Assad who gets to power. So, and that was also the time when the phrase Damascus Spring first came to use, right? So, before we go on further, what is that? What was that all about?
See, when Hafiz was around, Bashar had a brother, so they groomed him to become the successor.
Okay.
But he died.
Right.
And Bashar al-Assad was in London. I think he was an ophthalmologist. He was in London. So he was basically an accidental successor of Hafiz al-Assad.
Right.
So, he was brought back, and then he became president. And after he became president, if you go back and read about Syria of early 2000s, he promised political reforms. He had released political prisoners in Syria. He met different political factions.
Right. So there was a lot of hope for change at that point.
Yes, there was. He promised economic modernization, economic liberalization, basically liberalize Syria's economy, and then respect multi-party democracy, respect political freedoms, etc., etc. So this led to hope for a new kind of democratic experiment in Syria.
Right.
It's difficult to say which was the breaking point, but I believe that when Bashar made the promises, he was genuine about those promises. He was a young, Western-educated doctor who definitely wanted to see progress in his country when he took over the reins from his father. And his father, all said and done, as we discussed, all said and done, his father had brought stability to the country, unified the country, held the country together. So Bashar wanted to take it to the next level in early 2000s. But, this was also a very troublesome period for West Asia, right? And we can definitely say that everything went wrong in the subsequent years. But partly, Bashar's regime was responsible for the mistakes that happened in Syria.
Right.
But at the same time, if you also look at the broader regional context, we are talking about 2000. 2001, September 11 happens. And immediately after that, the United States declares war against terrorism, right? And the Americans go to Afghanistan. We discussed it in detail in our Afghan episodes. And then the Americans didn't stop there, right? In 2003, they went to Iraq. And where is Iraq? Iraq is next to Syria. So they went to Iraq, they bombed Saddam Hussein, they destroyed Iraq's state. And that also meant that it created hundreds of thousands of refugees. Where would they go? They would move towards Syria. Right? They would close the border and move towards Syria. So, in the aftermath of the Iraq war, Syria saw the influx of hundreds of thousands of Iraqi refugees. That added strain on the government and on society, right? So the Syrian economic situation, it turned worse, from bad to worse. So if Bashar hoped that he could bring in a new beginning with economic reforms as well as political reforms, basically the economy came under greater pressure, right? So the political reform process also stalled in Syria because he sees these changes, because the Americans didn't stop there, right? Even after they went to Iraq, they threatened to invade Iran next. And Iran was a close ally of Syria. And definitely Syria was not part of the Western alliance system, because Hafez during the Cold War was very close to the Soviets, and they don't go along well with the Israelis. The Israelis had taken over Syria's Golan Heights back in 1967, before Hafez came to power. But the Syrians continue to, even today, the Syrians continue to lay claim over Golan Heights, because for them, or according to the multiple UN Security Council or UN General Assembly resolutions, which a vast majority of the international community supports, including India, we also support. According to these resolutions, the Israelis are illegally occupying the Syrian Golan Heights, and Israel is the closest ally of the United States. So the Syrians do not belong to this Axis network, right? So the Syrians had their own anxiety in 2000s. So they promised reforms, economic and political reforms, but both got stalled as the region fell into chaos, invasions, and the flight of refugees and the associated economic worries. So Syria's overall economic situation, if you look at 2000s, early 2000s, it would turn to worse from bad. So that added pressure on the Bashar al-Assad government, so which stalled economic reforms as well. So we can say that Syria was increasingly under pressure throughout this period. It was this pressure that led to the explosion in 2011 as the Arab Spring protests.
So were these the constraints that eventually limited the Damascus Springs and also the early liberalization efforts in Syria?
Exactly.
Right.
So, as I said earlier, I mean, it led to both, it led to the halt in both economic and political reforms. And then what happened was that the societal pressure increased in Syria, because the societal fault lines were always there, right? Especially in the 2000s, after the war on terror. Iraq kind of fell into chaos. Al-Qaeda rose in Iraq. Al-Qaeda in Iraq. The Americans went to Iraq saying that the Iraqi government was supporting Al-Qaeda when Al-Qaeda was not there. But after the American invasion, Al-Qaeda had their most brutal organization in Iraq, just across the border from Syria. And within Syria, the Islamists started basically, putting more pressure on the regime. So the government was not in a position to do anything during this period, So that's what actually, societal tension was rising, economic situation was becoming bad, and then in the region, the whole region was in some kind of chaos, especially in Iraq. Iran was also increasingly under pressure, and Syria also got stuck in between Israel's war with Hezbollah. In 2006, there was an open war, and there was this ongoing hostility between these two. The Iranians used Syria to support Hezbollah. So Syria was some kind of stuck in between. So they were not in a position to implement any serious reforms during this period. And then you saw that what happened in 2010, the fuse was lit in Tunisia, and then it spread to Egypt, the Arab Spring protests, and then you saw a same kind of explosion of public anger in Syria as well.
So what triggered that? That was my next question. So what triggered the protests in 2011, and how did that escalate so drastically, even compared to, like you mentioned, Tunisia or Egypt, where it first happened?
So what triggered is basically these societal and economic tensions, definitely. That's what triggered it. Because as we said earlier, Syria is a very complex society. So they have an Alawite president, a majority Sunni community, and then an Alawite president who had the backing of other minority sects, including Shias and Druze, as well as the Christians.
Yeah.
So there was this anger, especially among the Islamist sections in Syria. So that's one thing. Secondly, the protests began in Tunisia, right? And in Tunisia, it was after the street vendor who killed himself. That was the trigger,
Right.
which snowballed into a massive public protest. And that led to the collapse of the government of Zainul Abidin Ben Ali. And Ben Ali was there in power for 25 years.
Yeah.
He was a dictator, 25 years in power, and his government collapsed. So this had a domino effect, what we call in IR, domino effect, or in economic theory. So the next domino place was, the next place which fell to the domino effect was Egypt,
Right.
where Hosni Mubarak was in power for 30 years. So the protests, especially in Cairo, in Tahrir Square, it brought down Hosni Mubarak as well. And he was also a very powerful administrator, right? A president who was called the Pharaoh, modern Pharaoh of Egypt. Even his regime collapsed. So this gave confidence to a lot of street protesters in the region.
Right.
And then it spread to Syria. So these Arab countries, they were, most of these Arab countries are ruled by either monarchs or dictatorial presidents. So you don't see the right to dissent, that public sphere is not there.
Right.
Okay, the governments might be very efficient in taking care of the material needs of the public, but not when it comes to respecting political dissent or freedom.
Right.
So in Egypt, the economic situation was also bad in Egypt as well as in Tunisia. So that's what triggered the protests. And then the governments fell. And in Syria, so again, the domino effect continued. And not just in Syria, you saw protests in Yemen, you saw protests in Bahrain.
Yeah.
In Bahrain, for example, the Saudis sent troops to crush the protests in Manama Square. Yemen is a very sad case study. We can talk about it later. And Libya, another case where NATO or the United States, the Barack Obama administration, used the protests in Libya as an excuse to invade Libya, basically, and destroy that country. So there is a lot to talk about it. But anyway, in the case of Syria, what happened is that the protests basically broke out in the south, in Dara.
Right.
And I think, if you go back and read about it, the protests were very genuine, and they wanted economic freedom, they want political freedom against the regime. But, you compare the situation in Syria with the situation in Egypt or Tunisia. In Egypt and Tunisia, the protesters had gathered enough political capital to shake the roots of the regime.
Right.
And the army in both countries stood up and told their presidents that, no, we can't.
Right.
We can't, protect you anymore. We can't kill our own people. But in Syria, they never managed. The protesters, even though the, very genuine protesters at the very beginning, you could find them.
Yeah.
They never managed to gather enough political capital,
Right.
unlike these two countries.
Yeah.
And also in the case of Syria, the military stood solidly behind the Assad regime.
Yeah.
Most of the military commanders were very close to the Assad family. And the military also saw that in parts of Syria, if you look at Syria, Syria is, the western Syria is the Alawite land. And in the northeast, it's Kurdish territory. And the central Syria is basically the Sunni heartland.
Right.
Southern Syria is the Druze region.
Yeah.
So in the Druze regions, in the Alawite heartland, as well as the Christian pockets of Syria, the government remained popular. At least the government enjoyed support of the minority segments.
Right.
And the Kurds in the northeast, they had taken a very tactical position.
Right.
They looked at the crisis and saw an opportunity for autonomy. So they didn't want to fight the government. Right? Their focus was on protecting their own autonomy.
Right.
So
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Just to put a pin on that.
Yeah.
How did the Kurds establish their own autonomous region in the north?
So it's the Kurdish story is a very complicated story.
Right.
Because Kurds are, as we call, they are a people without a nation, right? And they are divided between Syria Iraq, Iran, and Turkey.
Mm-hmm.
So in the case of the Syrian Kurds, like YPG, for example, I mean, they have their autonomous government, which is Rojava.
Yeah.
It's written Rojava. So in Rojava, but they never truly enjoyed autonomy.
Right.
In the past, they had fought with the Syrian government, but they always wanted autonomy. And they have very close ties with the PKK.
Right.
So PKK is the Kurdistan Workers' Party, which is across the border in Turkey. And now there is a peace process going on, right, between PKK and Turkish government. But the YPG is the Syrian Kurds, PKK is the Turkish Kurds.
Right.
So YPG and PKK are very close, ideologically close.
Right.
And the PKK leader is Abdullah Öcalan.
Okay.
Abdullah Öcalan has been in jail for the past 22 years, I think, in Turkey. He is expected to be released now. We will see. So Abdullah Öcalan is also considered as the leader of the YPG as well.
Right.
Right. So they always wanted autonomy, but the Turks, I mean, Turks means the Turkish government.
Yeah.
They don't want closer integration between the PKK and the YPG. Right. So they always wanted a buffer in between. Okay. That's why Turkey invaded Syria and took over some lands in between. Right. Because the Turks believe that if the Syrian Kurds have autonomy, that would invariably strengthen or embolden the Turkish Kurds. Right. And that could pose security challenges to the Turkish state. Right. Right? Right. So it's a very complicated situation. But to cut it short, the Syrian Kurds as well as the Turkish Kurds, they always wanted autonomy. Right. Same like the Iraqi Kurds, and they have the autonomy. In the case of Iraq, for example, the Iraqi Kurdistan, Erbil is the headquarters. Iraqi Kurdistan has relative autonomy. Right. So the Syrian Kurds also wanted the same. They never enjoyed it. But after the Syrian civil war broke out, because we were talking about the protests in Syria, right? Yeah. And the protests would soon snowball into a civil conflict in Syria. Yeah, yeah. And after the civil war broke out, and then the government then started fighting the rebel groups, then the Kurds sensed an opportunity. Right. So they told the government that we don't want to fight you. Okay. Okay? But we want to maintain our autonomy here. Right. We want to have our self-autonomous government in northeastern Syria. Right. This was their demand. Right. And the Syrian government at that time, Assad government, they also found it as a convenient agreement because they were already fighting multiple rebel groups in multiple fronts. Yeah. So they didn't want to have one more enemy. Right. Right? So, I mean, it was a tactical understanding rather than a long-term strategic agreement. So the tactical understanding worked for both. Right. Kurds found the crisis in Syria as an opportunity and they carved out their autonomy. Okay. Damascus also found that, okay, at least we don't have to fight them. We have enough enemies here on the other side of the Syria. So as of now, tactically speaking, we will respect their autonomy. Right. So that's how the Syrian Kurds, it's just in 2011-12. Yeah. So they started enjoying their long sought after autonomy after the civil war broke out.
Just backing off a little bit, immediately after the protests broke out, what was the initial response of the Assad government? And what led to a normal protest leading to a full-on armed conflict eventually?
So Assad government's response was brutal.
Right.
There's no question about it. Because they have the example of Hama, right? I mean, what we call Hama rules. In Hama, the protests in 1982 were put down. So Assad thought that they could put down the protests in 2011 as well. Right. So they used force. We don't have the exact details, but still they used force, brutal force. But the force was not enough to quell the protests. Right. The protest spread from Dara to Quneitra, from Quneitra to Hama to Homs, Homs to Kauta, Kauta to Damascus, Damascus to Aleppo, Aleppo to Raqqa, Raqqa to Deir ez-Zor, the whole Syria. I mean, basically the protests, grew in strength. But at the same time, as I said earlier, protests were there, but the military stood solidly with the Syrian government, right? So the protesters didn't have the capital, political capital, to overthrow the regime.
Right.
So it was this point of time that the protesters basically, I mean, unlike in the case of Egypt and Tunisia, where they continued to protest peacefully.
Right.
So when you do that, the government always comes under pressure.
Yeah.
But when you take up arms, the government always has an excuse, saying that this is an armed rebellion against me. This is an insurgency. Then at that point, the government can justify their use of force, because I'm not dealing with a peaceful protester. I'm dealing with an armed rebel.
Yeah.
Right? So the protesters, after their initial thrust to unseat the government failed, they turned to weapons. And they started fighting the government with weapons. And that only emboldened the government's resolve to fight back.
Right.
So this was the beginning of the civil war. But what happened in Syria was, which was worse. I mean, it was not a normal protest. It became a civil war. Worse, it became I used to call it a geopolitical civil war.
Right.
I had written extensively about it in the Hindu, because I came to the Hindu in 2013.
Right.
And this was the time of the Syrian civil war.
Yeah.
And I tried to study, I spent years, still I'm trying to study this particular part of the region. So we used to write a lot of articles about the Syrian crisis.
Right.
So I had also traveled to the region in 2015,
Okay.
When the crisis was still going on. In the case of Syria, we used to call it geopolitical civil war, because the civil war in Syria had a geopolitical dimension. What was the geopolitical dimension? See, you look at the map, just bring in a map and look at West Asia. Look at Syria. So Henry Kissinger once famously said that you can't have peace with Syria and you can't have war with Syria. For both, you need to have Syria. Either to have peace or war, you need to have Syria on your side.
Right.
Because, it is a very important country, right? And it shares border with Israel on the one side, Lebanon on the other, Iraq on the on another side, and it maintains very strong relationship with Iran, right? And Iran is still the main enemy of the United States and Israel in the region.
Yes.
And for Iran, Hezbollah is an outpost. Iran had created or helped to create and maintained very close ties with Hezbollah. And Hezbollah is based in southern Lebanon, which is on the northern border of Israel.
Right.
So the Israelis wanted to weaken Iran. The Americans wanted to weaken Iran.
Right.
And the Saudis and the Emiratis and the Jordanians and the Qataris also at that time did not like the Iranians much. Iran is a Shia theocratic republic, whereas Saudi Arabia is a Sunni Wahhabi kingdom. Right? So they all wanted to weaken Iran. How will you weaken Iran? One thing that you have to do is to bring down the Bashar al-Assad government in Syria.
Right.
Because if you bring down the Bashar al-Assad government in Syria, you take Assad out. It's like a chess game, no?
Yeah.
You take Assad out, the link between Hezbollah and Iran would be cut.
Right.
Which means both Iran and Hezbollah would invariably be weakened.
Right.
So the protests in Syria immediately gave a geopolitical dimension. Many people don't look at it this way. For them, this is a black and white case, open and shut case. Syrian government, Bashar al-Assad is a brutal dictator and he used force against the protesters. So that's what made everything worse. Okay, he has used force against the protesters. We need to talk about it.
Yeah.
And we need to condemn him. There is no question about it. But at the same time, it's not that simple.
Right.
It's not a black and white case. There is also because everybody has played a role in the Syrian civil war, right? The Saudis had, the Jordanians had, the CIA did, the Europeans did, the Americans did, the Turks did.
Yes.
Because they all looked at the Syrian conflict and they saw that this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity to remake the region.
Right.
The Israelis were pretty much involved in it, right? And they all stepped in.
Right.
And they started supporting different rebel groups in Syria.
Yeah.
And that's where exactly the Syrian civil war went out of control.
Right.
So Bashar al-Assad was now fighting multiple forces in Syria.
Right.
One backed by the Saudis, one backed by the Turks,
Right.
one backed by the Jordanians, one trained by the Americans, which means the CIA. Trump himself had admitted that the CIA had a clandestine operation in Syria
Right.
back in 2016 when he came to power, 2017. one of the first decisions he took was to shut down the CIA operation inside Syria.
Right.
So, I mean, this is not a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Everything is factual. Protest, civil war, geopolitical civil war. And that made things complicated, right? And this has another side as well, because on the one side, yes, Iran has to be weakened.
Yeah.
Syria, Assad has to be taken out of the chessboard.
Yeah.
This was the game. And on the other side, if you are an Iranian and if I am a Russian, when I look at the map, it is important for both Iran and Russia to have Assad in place.
Right.
Because for Iran's case, exactly the reverse logic, right?
Yeah.
If Assad is gone, Iran would be weakened, which means Iran would do everything it could do to preserve Assad stays in power.
Yeah.
Right? And if you look at it from Russia's point of view, Russia has the Tartus naval base in the Syrian coast in the Mediterranean Sea. So basically, Russia's Black Sea fleet is in the Black Sea. Black Sea fleet is in Sevastopol, in Crimea.
Right.
And the Russians had taken Crimea in 2014, right, from Ukraine. So, and then from the Black Sea through the Bosporus Bridge, through the Bosporus, the Russians link up with the Mediterranean Sea. And in the Mediterranean Sea, the Russians have a naval base in Syria, in Tartus.
Right.
So, it is important for the Russians to maintain the naval base so that they can continue to project force.
Right.
And from the Soviet period onwards, the Ba'athists in Syria had maintained very close ties with Moscow.
Right.
So the Russians also wanted to maintain those ties. So on the one side, the US, European, and their allies in the region wanted to take Assad out. And on the other side, the Russians and the Iranians wanted to put Assad in power, keep Assad in power. So that's why the Russians actually interfered in Syria in 2015, September. President Putin decided to send troops, basically, aerial support, which turned around the civil war at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like you mentioned, a lot of countries have intervened, and that eventually had a huge impact on the civil war as well. One final question before we conclude this episode. In your book, The ISIS Caliphate, you had explained how the ISIS had exploited the sectarian divide and the state collapse and the regional power vacuums and all that. So in Syria specifically, we can of course discuss more about the ISIS in the next episode as well. But what would you say were the failures of the Assad state politically, territorially or even socially, that led to the ISIS, establishing a parallel state even between 2013 and 2015?
For ISIS establishing a presence in Syria, I wouldn't blame the Assad regime so much, because by that time the Assad regime had, lost influence, especially in the eastern part of Syria, which is where Al-Qaeda and ISIS established a presence there, because the government's focus was to defend the heartland, Latakia, Tartus, and central Syria. So that's where the fights were actually happening.
Right.
And it was only after the Russians came, the Syrian government managed to take back the lost territories. They took back eastern Ghouta, they took back southern Syria, they also took back Aleppo. Aleppo, the victory in Aleppo was a very significant victory for the Assad government at that time. And the rebels were actually eventually forced to haul up in Idlib. We will discuss this in detail.
Yeah.
When the ISIS came, ISIS established a presence first in Raqqa. They would capture Raqqa.
Yeah.
And then they would extend their influence to Deir ez-Zor, which is also in the east. So in the eastern belt, they established a presence, because it is also on the border with Iraq. So ISIS had established a presence straddling the border from Deir ez-Zor, Raqqa to Iraq's, let's say, Mosul. Mosul is Iraq's second largest city, and Fallujah, etc., etc. So by that time, the Assad government was not in a position to defend these areas, right? And the Assad government would use force when the ISIS would take Palmyra. Palmyra is a historic city. Right. It's an ancient city, which was taken over by the Islamic State, ISIS. Palmyra is also known for its ancient architecture, which ISIS were using dynamite to destroy them.
Yeah.
But then with Russian support, the Syrian troops would force them out of Palmyra and take it back. But in other parts of Syria, basically it was the Kurds who played a major role in defeating ISIS.
Right.
So I would blame the Syrian government because for the ISIS getting a foothold in Syria, because the Syrian government by that time was not in a position to defend those areas.
Right.
And it was basically the vacuum, the political vacuum and security vacuum created in those parts of Syria, created as part of the ongoing civil war,
Yeah.
because the government was fighting multiple rebel forces, right? And that was what the Islamic State had capitalized.
Right.
For example, I'll tell you one thing. See, ISIS, if you trace the roots of ISIS. So this ISIS Caliphate was my first book.
Yeah.
Published in 2018. So in this book, I try to look at the roots of the formation of ISIS. So ISIS emerged out of AQI,
Right.
Al-Qaeda in Iraq. Al-Qaeda in Iraq would become Islamic State in Iraq, ISI.
Yeah.
So Al-Qaeda in Iraq was a very ferocious Islamist organization, jihadist organization, when Abu Musab al-Sarkawi was their leader. Sarkawi was assassinated by the Americans in 2006, if I am not mistaken. And then someone called Abu Bakr would take over the leadership. Not Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. This is Abu Bakr Omar, someone else.
Right.
So he would take over the leadership of Al-Qaeda in Iraq, and he would establish ISI, Islamic State in Iraq.
Right.
And then after this Abu Bakr was killed, and then Baghdadi would take over the leadership.
Right.
And he would become the leader of ISI. What Baghdadi will do, he will pick a group of very close men who he thought was able, militants, Islamist militants, jihadists, and he would send them across the border from Iraq to Syria to establish a new branch of ISI in Syria.
Right.
Basically open a new branch of Al-Qaeda in Syria. And these men, they would actually go. So that's how it becomes ISIS,
Right.
Islamic State of Iraq and Syria.
Right.
So these men would cross the border and they would go to Syria and they would establish a new network. It was initially called Jabhat al-Nusra.
Right.
And al-Nusra would be established. So al-Nusra would become the official Al-Qaeda arm in Syria.
Right.
Baghdadi wanted to basically integrate al-Nusra into ISI so that he can declare ISIS. And he declared ISIS.
Right.
He declared that this will be the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria. But then the new group, they had already established a presence in Syria and taken over some territory in Syria. So they didn't want to abandon their autonomy.
Right.
You know, the same bunch of men who were sent by Baghdadi, but they are now rebelling against Baghdadi.
Right.
So they didn't want to basically integrate into ISIS.
Okay.
So Baghdadi had declared his ISIS.
Right.
Jabhat al-Nusra would remain autonomous and they would declare loyalty to the original Al-Qaeda.
Right.
So Osama bin Laden is the leader. Ayman al-Zawahiri is now the current leader. So the leader of this group, Jabhat al-Nusra, would declare his loyalty to Ayman al-Zawahiri and Al-Qaeda. So this was a split. I mean, it's fitna. One of the chapters in my book is fitna. It's about the split. So this was the split in the jihadist community, right?
Right.
Baghdadi is now dead. But the man Baghdadi picked to lead the Al-Qaeda branch in Syria is now the president of Syria.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're going to discuss way more about that in detail in the next episode.
Yeah.
And for those who are interested to know more about this in detail as well, can check out the ISIS Caliphate by Stanley Johnny. But yes, of course, I'll see you back in the next episode to discuss way more about all of this.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That was our first part on the Syria series at Global Fault Lines. By 2015, Syria was no longer just another conflict zone. It had become a symbol of state collapse, foreign intervention, radicalization, and of a people caught in forces far larger than themselves. Cities that once thrived were reduced to rubble. Communities were displaced. A generation grew up knowing only war. Yet, beneath the devastation lies a story that endures. The resilience of ordinary Syrians. Families rebuilt their homes again and again. Activists preserved the truth at great personal risk. Communities held on to culture, humor, and hope even as the world looked away. Syria's war reshaped geopolitics, but it also revealed the strength and dignity of its people. You've been watching Global Fault Lines, the Hindu's International Affairs podcast. If you have any feedback or suggestions, write to us at podcasts@thehindu.co.in. Thanks for tuning in.
This week on Worldview, the US's NSS 2025 with a greater emphasis on domestic threats for the US, downplaying China and Russia's challenge and discounting European allies. Is the US Trump administration signaling a major geopolitical shift with its latest national security strategy? And amidst a year of tensions with Washington, how should New Delhi read the references to India? How do they compare with previous NSS documents? Hello and welcome. I'm Suhasini Haider, and this is Worldview at the Hindu Originals. Now, the US government released its national security strategy this month, and it appears to herald major shifts in US foreign policy. We'll take a closer look at what it means for geopolitics and, in particular, what it means for India. But let's tell you what else happened. A US trade delegation arrived in Delhi this week for talks on the bilateral trade agreement. That's been going on. In fact, Prime Minister Modi and President Trump spoke over the telephone, mostly on economic issues. It's unclear what they spoke about on strategy in particular. However, the US did on the same day notify Congress about the supply of F-16 support to Pakistan. It's a $686 million deal that India has protested in the past. Now, the US also, on that same day, announced a new 9-nation Pax Silica initiative with Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and Australia, Israel and UAE, UK, and the Netherlands for critical mineral supply chains for semiconductors as well as for energy. Those were the big headlines, really. But first, why does the US NSS matter? Let's just give you a bit of history there. Since 1986, a US law had been passed directing the president to provide a roadmap of US strategy annually. It wasn't always annual. Since 2002, in fact, US administrations have been releasing a document just once every term, once every 4 years or so. So the Trump 1.0 NSS was released in 2017. The Biden administration released an interim NSS in 2021 and then the final in 2022. So this is the first one since then. It also comes after the US has raised tariffs, applied sanctions, reworked international relationships that have really fueled global uncertainty. And a written strategy actually seems that much more important as a result. Let's turn to the document itself. You can find it easily online. So you can open page 11, for example, where they say, here are the specific priorities for the US. And these are telling. The first, it says the era of mass migration is over. So the anti-immigrant, MAGA kind of positions are likely to continue. The second, the protection of core rights and liberties, perhaps not as you would think they're meant to be. They're meant to actually take on the anti-woke, anti-diversity advocates they see particularly in Europe. The third is burden sharing and burden shifting. This is about making European allies and Asian allies shoulder more costs, shoulder more responsibilities, including military ones, in their regions. The fourth is realignment through peace, which speaks of various peace deals the US claims to have brokered. Once again, a mention of Trump's role in mediating the India-Pakistan conflict, of course, which the Modi government has denied on more than 50 or 60 occasions. That claim has been made already. There's economic security, finally, which is about balanced trade. Balanced trade really means balancing bilateral trade deficits by tariffs, securing access to resources, keeping manufacturing inside America. So these are broadly the trends that we are also seeing geopolitically as a result of the NSS document. The first, that this is going to be an America first regime on resources, on manufacturing, on tariffs, and on economic prosperity, expecting more investment from the world. The second, previous documents had always spoken about China and Russia, 2017 in particular. But here we see the removal of any phrase clubbing Russia and China together or calling them threats or revisionist powers as in the past. The third is this new concept, the protection of Western Hemisphere, that is North and South America, and a protection from other countries coming in, what they call non-hemispheric countries, essentially meaning China. It's also called the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, several decades old, several hundred years old, which opposed European colonialism in the Americas. So now it's being extended to perhaps China. There's also harsh criticism of Europe for not controlling migration, not arming itself well enough, having self-defense enough, and depending too much on the US for that. And the fifth is a focus on Asia, which is about economic growth and preventing conflict in Taiwan and the South China Sea. However, it doesn't directly mention China as the aggressor. We'll tell you more about that when we look at what about India. At a briefing this week, the Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson actually welcomed the NSS document. Listen in.
Yes, we have seen the report that you mentioned. It underscores the importance that the United States attaches to India as a key partner. As you know, we have a multifaceted relationship with the United States. Both countries enjoy comprehensive global strategic partnership and continue to work to further strengthen these ties.
Okay, but how accurate really is that statement that India has been recognized as a key partner? Remember, unlike the 2017 NSS, which was given out by Trump 1.0, and the 2022 NSS of the Biden administration, the latest version actually reduces the number of mentions of India and particularly drops the mention of it being a major defense partner whose rise and influence in its region is welcomed and encouraged by the United States. So that's no longer being said. Second, the repeated reference to Trump's role as peace president who ended the 4-day Operation Sindoor India-Pakistan conflict really counters and cuts at the Modi government's narrative, and it's a source of bilateral tension. The third, the specific references to India really are 3 or 4. They're about improving ties with India in order to encourage it to contribute to Indo-Pacific security, to US positions in the Americas, the Western Hemisphere, and to critical mineral support in Africa. Also military cooperation to prevent any hostile power, it calls it, in the South China Sea from controlling sea lanes there. But again, it does not mention China directly. And there is very little mention of terrorism in the documents. It's a key area of cooperation for India, but the NSS speaks of it in terms really of threats from immigration, from migrants in particular, from drug cartels and radical Islamist groups in Africa. As a result, India has much to think about in terms of the NSS that has come out this month, the new F-16 proposal with Pakistan. India has opposed it in the past in 2016 and in 2021 was actually able to reverse some of it, and the Pax Silica initiative that includes Quad partners, Japan and Australia, also I2U2 partners, UAE and Israel. We've spoken about these formations before, but it does not include India. On the positive side for New Delhi, the first is what's coming up. India's reduction in Russian oil imports is expected to mean a rollback of the 25% surcharge by the US. Second, the trade talks are underway and they're seeking to bring the remaining 25% tariff imposed by the US down to about 15%. India-US defense ties also remain on track. Military exchanges on track. At the Quad, Delhi actually hosted joint working groups on terrorism and other issues as well. And after 2 years of failing to do so, India hopes to host the Quad Summit in 2026, and a visit by Trump could really turn ties around. So 2026, a lot of hopes pinned on. So what's worldview's take? Given the immense investment and all that's at stake with the relationship with the United States, New Delhi continues to hope for a change in the Trump administration's unilateral and seemingly irrational actions on the economic front and increasingly on the strategic front as well. And those make it difficult for the Modi government to plan ahead. However, hope is not a strategy. And after a year of engaging the US government with some restraint, New Delhi must consider the positions, we've discussed them earlier here on Worldview, to continue to put up or give in or to actually push back. Let's get you some worldview reading recommendations now. And firstly, the NSS documents themselves. All the previous papers are available either on the whitehouse.gov site or archival sites of previous administrations. Also, if you haven't read this already, please do get Project 2025, Mandate for Leadership. This is about the conservative positions. It's published by the Heritage Foundation, easily available online, and tells you a lot about where the MAGA base certainly wants to go with foreign policy. Then in terms of books, there's India and the Rebalancing of Asia by C. Rajamohan. This really takes a very positive look at the US-India relationship and where it can go in the region. There's a new book called Eclipsing the West, China, India, and the Forging of a New World by Vince Cable. He's a British politician, certainly a secretary before this. And The Case for American Power by expert Shadi Hamid. It takes a very, very idealistic position on the case for a moral power that the US needs to be. Finally, Chip War, the fight for the world's most critical technology by Chris Miller. These are all important to read, and I hope you do join us again here on Worldview. From the team at the Hindu Originals, thanks for watching.
Justice G.R. Swaminathan's name is on everyone's lips these days, not merely for his judgments, but due to a storm of impeachment allegations. From defending a persecuted writer and a vilified Muslim group, to ordering a controversial probe into a religious conversion theory and lighting of a sacred lamp near a dargah, his judicial journey is as complex as it is captivating. Today, we explore the man behind the robe. Who is Justice Swaminathan of the Madras High Court? Is he a protector of individual rights, or do his judgments reveal a deeper ideological alignment? What drives his decisions? And why is a group of 107 MPs from the opposition India bloc seeking to impeach him? Let's find out. Vanakkam. This is T. Suresh Kumar. Thank you for joining me in this episode of the Hindu Focus Tamil Nadu. In a democracy, judges are expected to be blind to identity, guided only by the law. But what happens when a judge's own identity, their philosophical and spiritual worldview, becomes the subject of intense scrutiny through their rulings? This is the pivotal question surrounding Justice Swaminathan, whose career presents a mosaic of judgments that are challenging, compassionate, and yet, to many, deeply contradictory. The judge is in the national spotlight due to a contentious verdict allowing the lighting of the Kartikeya Deepam lamp at the Deebathoon, a stone pillar near a dargah in the famed Thiruparankuntram hills in Madurai. Critics argue this is an act challenging centuries-old traditions where the lamp has been lit only near the Uchippalaya temple. This decision has sparked protests, prohibitory orders, and political backlash, culminating in the MPs lodging a formal letter with the Lok Sabha Speaker seeking his impeachment. 10 years ago, Swaminathan had come into the spotlight as the lawyer who was a defender of creative freedom. In 2015, he stood by acclaimed author Perumal Murugan, who was then hounded by non-state actors for his novel Madoru Bhagan. Swaminathan's own account painted a harrowing picture of a writer literally crumbling under pressure from authorities who saw literary freedom as a remote concern. He noted caste and religion made a deadly cocktail. The writer, he concluded, was simply thrown to the wolves. 2 years later, Swaminathan was appointed a judge of the Madras High Court. And early on, it appeared his commitment to freedom remained evident. This principle found a powerful voice during the COVID pandemic. At a time when members of the Islamic organization Tablighi Jamaat were being widely scapegoated as super spreaders of the coronavirus, Justice Swaminathan ordered their release, stating the situation calls for empathy and understanding. He prioritized their fundamental right to liberty under Article 21, offering compassion against a raging public narrative. Justice Swaminathan has also taken strikingly contradictory positions. He once sentenced popular YouTuber Sauku Shankar to 6 months imprisonment on charges of contempt of court when Shankar insinuated motives to the judge in a case. However, on other occasions, he quashed Shankar's detention under the Gundas Act and also made observations defending his right to voice an opinion. But another seemingly contrasting thread runs powerfully through his jurisprudence: the voice of the spiritual traditionalist, the defender of Hindu religious practices. Let's look at two key cases here. First, the death of a girl at a Christian missionary school in Tanjavure's Maikalpatti in 2022. While ordering a CBI probe into the girl's suicide, his observations ventured far. He cited the Bible's great compassion to spread faith, suggesting it provided context for allegation of attempted religious conversion. He also questioned the name Maikalpatti. For critics, this judicial language leaned into a majoritarian narrative. The CBI's final report explicitly ruled out any religious conversion angle, creating a stark dissonance between the judge's initial framing and the agency's factual findings. The second is a case involving a ritual of performing Anga Pradakshinam, rolling over used plantain leaves on which food had been served as Annadana. Authorities had banned it earlier, citing a prior court order. But Justice Swaminathan last year not only allowed it, but framed it as a fundamental right. He made a groundbreaking yet controversial legal analogy. If the right to privacy includes sexual and gender orientation, it certainly includes one's spiritual orientation also. He called the previous ban null and void and held that such practices are inseparable features of Tamil religious culture protected under Articles 19 and 25. This worldview is not just confined to judicial orders, it is part of his personal narrative. At a national Vedic talent meet, he recounted an old case from his lawyer days where a Vedic scholar friend had taken the blame for a fatal car accident caused by his sister and was convicted. Swaminathan described how, as a lawyer, he used a lack of evidence to secure an acquittal. From this, he told the audience, "That day I realized that when we protect Vedas, Vedas will protect us." This personal belief that faith and jurisprudence can be reciprocally protective offers a critical lens through which his critics view his other actions. All these complex, contradictory threads converge explosively in the Tiruparankuntram temple case. His order to light a Kartikeya Deepam lamp at a site near a dargah was based on property rights. However, his fierce, uncompromising battle with the state government over its enforcement became the trigger. He quashed prohibitory orders. He directed CISF officers to accompany litigants to light the lamp at the newly identified stone pillar, despite the temple authorities having already lit the lamp at the traditional spot. The state's pushback, despite losing an appeal, has equally become a subject of intense debate. The judge has now summoned the chief secretary and top police officers, accusing the administration of a definite pattern of defiance. In strong words, he warned that disobeying court orders would sound the death knell of democracy itself. To the India bloc MPs, this sequence was the final proof of a pattern of deciding cases, quote unquote, on the basis of a particular political ideology. It wasn't just one judgment, it was the culmination of a worldview they saw as conflicting with secular principles. It is about whether a judge can be both a guardian of individual freedoms for all and a forthright champion of specific religious traditions. In a secular republic, does one role inevitably complicate the other? 4 months ago, the MPs had written to President Draupadi Murmu and then Chief Justice of India B.R. Gawai, accusing Justice Swaminathan of favouring advocates from the Brahmin community and those associated with right-wing ideologies. Now, they have sought his impeachment. Voices supporting Justice Swaminathan framed these developments through a religious lens, as attempts at minority appeasement at the cost of the Hindu majority. Others see the case as emblematic of the tensions between judicial activism, societal pressures, and political influence. Justice Swaminathan's career forces us to confront the uncomfortable idea that absolute judicial neutrality might be an ideal, not a reality. It asks whether we prefer judges who are transparent about the worldview they bring to the bench or those who strive to completely divorce their personal convictions from their professional role. There are no easy answers. But in the clash over his impeachment, our democracy is being compelled to search for them. On that note, this is D. Suresh Kumar signing off. I shall meet you in another video. Thank you.
Most of you would have seen by now the utter chaos and confusion caused by the large-scale cancellation of flights by air carrier IndiGo. Why did this happen? What happened so suddenly to an airline that was supposed to be doing so well in terms of on-time performance, customer orientation, and so on? Did not planning for the worst possible risk scenarios take place at the management and even at the board levels? Hello and welcome back to Business Matters at the Hindu with me, K. Bharat Kumar. A few days before all hell broke loose on the aviation front in India, I flew IndiGo domestically between two cities in India. Our flight was delayed by about 2 hours, which is better than the 4-hour and 5-hour delays that some others had seen across the country a few days prior. But closer to the 1.5-hour mark, the customer anxiety and anger was building up against the only two on-ground crew members. A few of us passengers actually felt sorry for those two very young people who were as clueless as the passengers as to whether, and if so when, the flight would take off. Finally, something fell into place, the aircraft became available, the pilots were available, and we were soon in the air. What happened so suddenly to an airline that is commanding 65% market share in India, and that airline had to cancel close to about 2,000 flights last week? As a Reuters article tells us, this came about because of shortage of pilots after the airline failed to plan adequately for new rules limiting how many hours cockpit crew could work. Observers warn that a duopoly is unhealthy in this context. A duopoly is where there are only two dominant players that corner a major portion of the market. And because of this, neither of them could be allowed to fail, and that is not healthy for competition. Technically, India does not have a duopoly in aviation. For example, you have SpiceJet, you have Akasa Air, but observers point out that Air India and IndiGo together command 92% of the market, and that is almost like a duopoly environment. Now, the question as to what went wrong with IndiGo in recent days is a question that does not have all the answers, but we do have some information in the public domain that give us some idea. A PTI report cites the Federation of Indian Pilots, or the FIP, as alleging that IndiGo, despite getting a 2-year preparatory window before the full implementation of new flight duty and rest period norms for cockpit crew, inexplicably adopted a hiring freeze. We will get to the details of the new rules for flight duty and rest periods for cockpit crew, but before that, the next question that arises is how come the other airlines were not affected by these new rules? The FIP says all other airlines have provisioned pilots adequately and remain largely unaffected due to timely planning and preparation. It added, the current disruption is a direct consequence of IndiGo's prolonged and unorthodox lean manpower strategy across departments, particularly in-flight operations. Here's a bit about the new rules. A little bit of history will also help us understand the chronological flow of events. Among the several changes mandated, a key rule is to do with the rest required for cockpit crew, as mandated by the DGCA, or the Director General of Civil Aviation. The revised CAR, or Civil Aviation Requirement rules, mandate that cockpit crew, or your flying crew, need to have at least 48 continuous hours of rest before they get back to flying duty. This compares with the 36 hours mandated earlier, which means your flying crew is going to be off air for 1/3 more of the time than they were. So logically, any aviation company would need 1/3 more flying crew to make sure that it keeps to its flying schedules. These norms were released by the DGCA in January 2024. The airlines sought to defer these rules, and finally in the Delhi High Court, which was hearing an appeal by the Indian Commercial Pilots Association, the DGCA committed that the norms would be implemented in 2 phases, the first by July 1st and the second by November 1st this year. So, airlines had close to 2 years to plan for additional crew. Observers say this is about optimum time required because onboarding cockpit crew is not like recruiting freshmen right out of college. It does take time. However, pilot associations insist that IndiGo did not plan adequately for additional crew. Now, here's another aspect. One aspect is, of course, to look at and plan for new rules that you know are coming up, which may require you to have additional manpower. The other is to plan for unforeseeable events, planning for the worst case scenarios that may emerge suddenly, what are called curveballs in business. In a LinkedIn post, retired chairman of Syndicate Bank, Ajay Nanavati, says the real issue is how boards can prepare for these crises when the nature of risks has changed so dramatically over the last decade. This is particularly true, he says, of highly regulated industries like banking and airlines. He also highlights that in this case, his understanding is that the DGCA did give adequate notice, so ignorance or lack of awareness is not a justification according to him. Also, observers point out that boards, management and boards, generally do not look upon risks as black swan events and ignore them. It's not like a black swan event is when you do not anticipate it happening at all. So you see a lot of white swans, but black swan is such a rarity. And I haven't ever seen a black swan. I don't know if any of you have. So it's such a rarity that, the probability is so low that you don't plan for it. That's not how it works. Risk management is all about planning for the worst case scenarios. You may recall that IndiGo was co-founded about 20 years ago by 2 main promoters, Rakesh Gangwal and Rahul Bhatia. But in 2022, following a bitter fallout between these 2 promoters, Mr. Gangwal announced that he would exit the airline and also sell off his holdings over a period of time. He cited governance issues in the airline. As of August 2025, he had exited his positions in terms of shareholding, amounting to an encashment of close to 40,000 crore rupees. Reports indicate that as of October this year, his holding in the airline is less than 5%. The airline's share price ruled at about 5,917 on November 27 this year. On Monday this week, December 7th, it closed at about rupees 4,926, or it had witnessed a decline of 17% over this period. That brings us to the Did You Know section that we have for you each week. Did you know that in 2015, InterGlobe Aviation Limited, or the owning company or the holding company of IndiGo, raised about 3,900 crore in an initial public offering after setting the price at 765 rupees per share? Contrast that with revenue for the 3-month period ended September this year, which stood at about 19,600 crore. And here's the answer to last week's quiz question. The question was, when Nigeria rebased its GDP calculation in 2013, how many more industries did it add to the calculations? The answer is, the revised GDP estimate included measures of 46 industries, up from 33 in the previous calculation. Here's the quiz question for this week. IndiGo is said to be a low-cost airline. How many aircraft does this airline fly, and what is its employee strength? Look out for the answers next week. That's all we have for you folks in this episode. If you enjoyed what you saw, do not forget to like, share and subscribe. Until we meet again next week, have a wonderful time ahead.
The DGCA said that we will have a tighter oversight on fatigue reports. There were instances, at least one instance, where a pilot died on duty after having a cardiac arrest. If I have to do a flight from Pune to Hyderabad as a pilot, but I am in Bangalore, the airline will fly me as a passenger from Bangalore to Hyderabad. But that will also be counted as duty period.
Rest, fatigue. And they're also, I think, very important as a layperson, as a passenger, because fatigue is something which has a safety dimension to it.
Yeah, and this is what pilots have been fighting for.
Hello and welcome to InFocus. I'm G. Sampath. IndiGo's mass cancellations have disrupted the lives of thousands of passengers. This is not a newbie or a startup company. It is India's largest airline with 60% market share. In financial year 2024, it returned a profit of 8,000 crores. So financial health was not a concern for IndiGo. Yet, it did not invest in preparing for the new flight duty norms that kicked in from November 1. After all the mess with the cancellations, the DGCA has now created a special oversight team which will be stationed at the IndiGo headquarters and audit its operations. Why was IndiGo so unprepared? Could this operational crisis have been averted if it had hired pilots on time? Or is it true, as some are claiming, that India's aviation sector is inherently uncompetitive and airlines are set up for failure? We get to the bottom of the IndiGo fiasco in this InFocus episode, and joining us is Jagriti Chandra, the Hindu's aviation correspondent. Jagriti, welcome to InFocus. Thank you so much for joining us today. So, IndiGo is everywhere. People are talking about it, and a lot of people have been affected. I was personally affected.
Oh.
I had my flight cancelled. I had to rebook on Air India. So, a lot of things happening around IndiGo. So, one of the big things that is being talked about as one of the main reasons for this crisis is this flight duty time limitation norms, the new norms which have come in. And I think they had kicked in some 2 years ago, but there is this new stage of those norms which kicked in from November 1st. And IndiGo wasn't apparently prepared despite the long timeline they had to prepare for that. So can you explain what these new norms are and how did they affect these operations?
Yes. So flight duty time limitations, these essentially govern the duty and rest hours for pilots. And about 2 years ago, the DGCA had announced revised set of norms in January of 2024, and they were supposed to come into effect from June of 2024. But there was a lot of resistance from airlines. In about March, they wrote to the DGCA saying that if you go ahead and implement these norms, there will be large flight cancellations. They said we need to hire more pilots, about 10 to 20% more pilots, and 6 months is not an adequate time. First, let me tell you what these rules offer. They were widely welcomed by pilots. One of the key things is that the weekly rest went up from 36 hours to 48 hours for pilots. The second important thing is the way the regulations, offered a lighter night flying, routine for pilots. So what it did was that it redefined what night duty was. So if night duty earlier was from midnight to 5 a.m., it said night duty will now be from midnight to 6 a.m., which essentially meant that all those relaxations you have as somebody who's doing night flying within this time period, or whose duty starts anywhere between this period or ends anywhere between this period, you will have certain benefits. So that benefit would also be extended for, 5 to 6 a.m. Window. So that happened. Then the amount of landing, the number of landings that you can do was also capped for the first time. So no more than 2 landings.
No more than 2 landings in the night duty?
Yes. So if your duty time falls between midnight to 6 a.m., so you could be, starting to fly at 10 p.m., and your flying is ending somewhere at 8 a.m. So your duty period covers, night hours. So your sort of duty would be more relaxed. You will not have to, landings are considered more strenuous. You have to be very, very alert. It's a critical phase of the flight. So these norms were relaxed for night regime. And there were a few other changes. For instance, the DGCA said that we will have a tighter oversight on fatigue reports. So when a pilot feels that a certain flight pattern is too hectic, he can come and, say that yesterday I had very intense flying. I cannot fly tomorrow. I'm reporting fatigue. So the airline makes a note of it. In good airlines, you're supposed to study the pattern, etc., counsel the pilots, etc. And because of complaints from pilots that fatigue reporting was increasing, there were instances, at least one instance where a pilot died on duty after having a cardiac arrest. And there was a lot of social media flack. So then Civil Aviation Minister said, we need to take these things seriously. So we will keep a strict watch on fatigue reporting as well. The DGC has said that airlines will submit us quarterly reports. These were some of the big changes that were implemented. There was one interesting change that was made, was that airlines will have to notify the roster sufficiently in advance. So sometimes people get to know what they're flying tomorrow, just say 24 hours. So they can't plan their birthdays, their anniversaries. They have absolutely no life. It's a very difficult life that pilots lead. Not many people appreciate that. We look at the fat paychecks, the international travels, etc., etc. So now the roster would have to be published, quote unquote, sufficiently in advance. There was this another change that was made about deadheading. So if I have to do a flight from Pune to Hyderabad as a pilot, but I am in Bangalore, the airline will fly me as a passenger from Bangalore to Hyderabad. But that will also be counted as duty period. So this is called deadheading. So the regulator made a change and said this will be included in their duty period. So these were all the changes that were brought in. But because of the pressure from airlines and because they said that there might be cancellations and that airfares will go up, this was all happening just ahead of May. Elections were happening. This was, March of 2024. So there was immense pressure to roll back, and these rules were put in abeyance. And that's when pilots went to Delhi High Court in April 2024, and the matter this matter originated sometime in 2018, 2019. So it's a 6-7 year long battle. Ultimately, in April 2025, the court gave an order saying that these rules have to be implemented, but taking into consideration the concerns raised by airlines, it said we will implement them in 2 phases. The first set of rules will come into effect from July 1, and the next set of rules will come into effect from November 1, which now it seems have precipitated the kind of complete breakdown of operations we've seen at IndiGo. And the set of rules were specifically about night flying. So now you can't make your pilots carry out more than 2 landings. The night shift, or what is considered night shift, is also expanded. But of course, in the first week of December, IndiGo was given an exemption until 10th of February. And they said, for you, we will have a different definition of night duty. So this is what it is broadly.
Okay, thank you for that detailed background, Jagriti. Now, I've heard you explain what these new revised norms are for flight duty, time limitation, and so on. I don't have a problem with any of them. They seem very commonsensical, very sensible, surprisingly sensible, if I may say so. Especially, the roster aspect, rest, fatigue. And they're also, I think, very, very important as a layperson, as a passenger, because fatigue is something which has a safety dimension to it.
Yeah.
We've recently had a crash as well, and there's still an investigation happening. And when it's a matter of passenger safety, public safety, I don't see any scope for wriggle room here. If it's a matter of fatigue, you have to take that into account. So where is this pushback coming from? I'm assuming it's because airlines, which are businesses, want to save costs and they want to maximize their profitability. Now, looking at IndiGo's figures, in 2024, they turned a profit of 8,000 crores. So I'm just wondering, so what would have been the investments IndiGo would have had to make in terms of hiring pilots and other, maybe if a pilot can fly only 2 times in the night time, maybe they will have to put him up at a hotel or whatever. I don't know. Those details are there. But if you take into account the investments would have been necessary, and given their profits, okay, if they had made those investments, what would they have been the additional incremental cost, and how does that compare with the kind of reputational damage they've suffered now, and also the mass of, I mean, today we have had the news saying they have to pay compensation, they're giving out vouchers of 10,000 rupees. So there is a lot of cost which they have to incur anyway. So how do you understand this contradiction?
So yes, thanks for emphasizing that FTTL or these new REST norms are very important for safety. And I would like to harp here on, the night flying aspect. And the reason why this sort of night duty definition was expanded was because of something called WOCL, the window of circadian law. It is believed that between the scientific evidence to show that between 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., your alertness levels, deteriorate, and it can really have an impact on how you respond to situations, etc. And this is what pilots have been fighting for. And this is what they say, that, you are letting commercial interests overrule safety concerns. But coming back to your question on what this meant in terms of investments from the airline, so our data team did an interesting analysis. And they show that between if you look at, data from 2019, 2020 to 2023, 2024, over these 4 years, IndiGo had 44.6% of pilots totally in the industry. And its flying was at 42.1% among all airlines. Over the next 4 years, the amount of flying IndiGo did grew by 9%. And we know that the airline's market share has also increased because Go First has dropped out. Jet Airways has dropped out. So all this has happened. But its pilot share dropped by 1%. It means while their flying capacity kept increasing, their pilot strength did not grow, in a commensurate manner. The analysis digs deeper, and they talk about the kind of expenditure that they make on pilots. So in 2023-2024, IndiGo spent about 3,121 crore on roughly 5,000 pilots that it has, which translates into an average of 62 lakh rupees per pilot. And assuming that, according to some media reports, a colleague in Live Mint has done a story about how IndiGo might need 900 pilots in next 1 year. The data team has calculated that would have required an investment of 550 crore rupees. And this is only 6 to 8% of the airline's PAT, profit after tax. It earned 81.6 billion in 2023-2024. So that's the kind of indication that you get, that they have been trying to cut corners. They have been extracting the maximum that they can out of their pilots. And this is data. But I can tell you that this is what we've been hearing from pilots, that their flying has become much more intensive after COVID. We had a story in April 2022 when pilots were saying, hey, COVID is over. And that bad phase for the airline when so many aircraft were grounding and flying was not happening is also over, and people are flying like never before. And they're saying, we are flying so much more. We are doing, 4 sector is considered a very, very arduous, hectic routine where you do 4 landings. In some cases on smaller planes, because you have smaller flight durations, they're doing 6 sectors. One pilot complained of fatigue and he was sacked. He's now gone to court. And truly, you just have to speak to 3 or 4 pilots. You will see them overworked. They will tell you that, we walk like zombies. And that's not an exaggeration.
Right. It's never a comforting thought for a passenger to hear all this talk about pilots being fatigued. If you're boarding a plane and you have this thought that this pilot might be fatigued, it's not a comforting thought. So I really am finding it very difficult to understand that pilots have to go to court, and still it doesn't really help. There is an extension to the old norms happening. So in this context, the court is something which comes in later. Before that, you already have a regulator in place, which is the DGCA. Now, we see that the DGCA green-flagged IndiGo's winter schedule, despite not having enough pilots to operate that schedule. So I want to focus a little bit on the DGC, the regulator's role. Has the regulator been performing its role as per the interests of the passengers as paramount and safety as paramount? If you evaluate the DGCA role from that perspective, what do we get?
Definitely there is a failure there, because a 10% increase in winter schedule was allowed from roughly 2,100 flights to about 2,300 flights. And this is what people internally are telling us, that they will have to look at whether the people in charge of doing that sort of audit and asking those relevant questions to the airline before granting them that hike in the number of flights they could carry out, did they do their job or not? This is going to be, the head of DGCA would definitely be asking these questions to his subordinates. But the question is, what does DGCA consider its job is? And are they looking at expanding? So for instance, when you have an airline that's incapable of carrying out flight operations and they have not paid their salaries, employees their salaries, are they capable? The DGCA will say that financial audit is not under our purview. But how will then you determine whether the airline is capable of carrying out safe operations? Because an airline that may not be able to pay its employees may also not be able to pay for its repair and maintenance. And these questions have been raised. Similarly, the airline will say, we are not supposed to get into the sort of contractual obligations of an employee and employer. And so if people are raising complaints about, I have not been paid my salaries, the DGCA will say that's not our domain. But does that not impact the safety? Because you just have to talk to a pilot who's not seen regular salaries for 2 years and 3 years. They are under stress and you don't want them to be flying if all that they're thinking about is how their employer doesn't pay.
In the context of what you said about DGCA's, there's this idea that financial auditing is not our domain. This is not our area. That is not our area. Now, there is an oversight team which is going to be camping at the IndiGo headquarters and they're going to be auditing everything. Financial, I don't know, your pilot's strength and your aircraft's leases. I don't know what, you can probably tell us something about this oversight team. What are they going to be doing?
Yeah.
And is it like, shouldn't this something that should have been done earlier? Not,
yes. The DGC has identified 9 officials who will be at the airline's headquarters. 7 of them have to keep, monitor the airline's fleet, its crew, its rostering practices, all of these things. How much of this data will be provided to them? And what's going to happen? The airline is going to extend hospitality to them and look after them. That's going to happen. And what is it that they will do sitting there that they could not have done here? It's all about asking the airline to present that data, asking the right questions. 2 other officials, so 7 officials will carry out just operational related monitoring. 2 other officials will look at the refunds for all the affected passengers, their baggage delivery, and now the DGC also has harped on compensation for these passengers over and above the refund amount, because the PMO has grilled the DGCA, the Ministry of Civil Aviation, on what is being done to deal with these sort of passenger complaints that have emanated from over 5,000 flights that have been cancelled since November. So, I don't know what they will be doing there. I hope they do more than enjoy hospitality and warmth that IndiGo.
I can imagine there might be a stream of chai and samosas coming into the cabin while they ask for this file and
not
that
just
file.
Chai and samosa.
Yeah, cappuccino too. Yeah. So, now at this going forward from this mess, now IndiGo is supposed to stabilize its operations by slashing its daily flights by 10% to 20%. That's not very clear. So, but it's going to slash its flights by whatever percentage. Yeah. So, what does it mean for passengers? And are there going to be many routes or particular routes which will be affected? What does this mean for the flyer?
Okay, so the information that we have is that the airline would be cancelling a total of about 20% flights, which amounts to about 400, 500 flights or so.
Per day?
Per day. We don't know yet because, the system, there was a complete sort of total collapse. So we don't know yet how long these cancellations will continue. So this is 20%. But moments after this, the minister held a meeting with the CEO of IndiGo, Peter Elbers, and he said that there should be a 10% cut. So basically, already what they were planning to do, the government has announced what seems like half of that number. So anyway, let's assume between 200 flights to 500 flights are going to be removed from the market. Remember, IndiGo is the market share. It means that 6 out of 10 passengers who are flying opt for IndiGo. So there are going to be 200 to 300 fewer flights, if not 500. And this is the peak travel season. So this will mean that there will be demand, but there will not be enough capacity in the market to handle that demand. Can other airlines come in to fill the gap? No, nobody has aircraft to spare. The market globally is dealing with a shortage of aircraft, delivery delays. We've seen that with Akasa, for instance. SpiceJet is struggling to find aircraft. People are, because they're not able to get it directly from Boeing or Airbus, they have been leasing. IndiGo itself has been what is called wet leasing, so renting aircraft along with renting crew trained to operate those aircraft. These are very, very expensive arrangements, and this is a costly affair, and takes a toll. So nobody has the capacity to fill that gap. You asked me about routes. That information is right now not available. We've asked both DGC and the airline for a breakup. The DGC has sought those details. What are the sectors that are going to be affected? They have essentially said that your trunk routes where you have maximum frequencies, just remove some capacity from there so that it doesn't happen that some of the smaller routes with just 1 or 2 flights just completely fall off the aviation map. On top of that, it has also said that they would like competitors on certain routes where only IndiGo, so that it doesn't happen that once something goes wrong with its network, people just don't have any option to fly, and they're forced to take trains or buses.
Right. No, this just to be clear, this old FDTL, that is for IndiGo alone. It's going to be extended till February, is it?
Yes, that is right. So
others will have to follow it.
Yes, that is right. So, let's assume. It's essentially implying that if you're an IndiGo pilot, the rules are different for you. You'll be juiced more. And if you're an Air India pilot or another airline, it's different for you. Yes, that is right. The exemption is only for IndiGo till February 10th.
Okay, that's not, I don't know what to say to that. Okay, now coming back to this pilot question, Jagriti, now you said earlier that according to one assessment, IndiGo needs to hire about 900 pilots within the next 1 year to meet the requirement as per the new FDTL, new flight duty norms. Now, where does India stand with regard to pilot training facilities and availability of pilots to meet this demand? Would we have like 900 pilots ready to be hired within the next 1 year? Do we have that kind of capacity to produce trained pilots?
We have about 40 flying training organizations, and there are about 350 training aircraft at these FTOs. So capacity doesn't seem to be a problem. Also, many airlines, including IndiGo, and this is very problematic, already have a pipeline where they have, say, given a job offer to you 18 months ago and said, hold on, we will make you join and allow you to fly 2 years from now. So they already have people identified who they have given letters of intent who have not yet started flying. You could say that this is an abuse of the system. Similarly, in Air India Express, I hear that people have completed their training full, complete training for more than 2 years, and they have not yet started flying. Which means that if they have incurred a loan of anywhere between 80 lakhs to 1.2 crore, they don't still have the capacity to repay those loans.
Are they hired or are they not hired? If they are hired, they should be paid some salary, right?
No. So I'll tell you, there are hundreds of pilots. I was told by somebody probably 600, but I'm not sure about that figure. But I know quite a few pilots who have been given a letter of intent by IndiGo around 18 months ago, and they've been told that they will be given a contract in mid 2026. So between me giving you a job offer and you actually joining the job and starting to earn, there is a gap of 2 years. So in your mind, you're like, I can't go here or there. I'm blocked.
But if somebody else makes me an offer, I can go and join some other airline, right?
Yes, I think so. I don't think there are any clauses there.
But there's only IndiGo.
IndiGo is the biggest market player, and there are other terms and conditions in other airlines which people also find problematic. So they do. They consider this the best place to make more money.
So we do have the infrastructure to generate pilots as per demand. That's not an issue.
Infrastructure is not a problem. There are other systemic problems. So let me highlight one problem, which is that for a lot of companies now, training has become a source of making money, IndiGo included. Air India is also going in that direction.
Adanis have also come in.
Adanis have bought FSTC. So what happens is that a cadet pilot program at IndiGo costs around 1.2 crore. I hear Air India has started its own program last year. Flying will begin this year, and flying will begin in 2026 for those training flying will begin next year, March. That program, I believe, costs around 1.5 crore. So the pilot pays for all their training. It'll take them whatever time, say 18 months or so, to complete the training and join the airline. Once they join the airline, you have to sign a bond for 6-7 years. And you just work nonstop to be able to pay that large an amount. And what people say is that the amount you're paying, say, an IndiGo is almost 50% more than what you would pay anybody outside IndiGo, say a regular flying training organization. But because of uncertainty in the market and because it comes with this sort of feeling, doesn't really happen, feeling that you might get an assured job, they are paying 50% more. So it's become a money minting exercise for many airlines. We reported on what happened in the case of Go First. Terrible. So just before it was planning to shut down, the airline started its cadet program. So almost it seems to make money as a solution for its financial issues. And then people spent their money on training. The training did not happen because the airline shut down. And then they did not have the capacity to invest more money in such an expensive training program. And they gave up and they joined family business or whatever. So this is the problem. And often we hear the DGCA say that this is not their purview, that if there is a problem with, say, somebody paying upfront for a training program and then the airline collapses, then students just have to go to court and seek remedy. But the thing is that it sort of ties them down to this massive debt that they have to pay for 10 years of their career. And they work like, maybe I'm exaggerating, they work like bots and slaves. And in fact, this was the reason why the Vistara unrest last year unfolded. And it's not a coincidence that just about 18 months later, we are seeing a similar unrest at another airline. So at Vistara, we saw last year that just ahead of merger with Air India, Vistara announced certain new pay terms so to ensure parity between Air India pilots and Vistara pilots, and which would have led to a substantial cut for first officers. Now, these first officers were up in arms. because they have huge debts to clear. And there was this feeling of exploitation that just because they are junior, you can offer them, terms that are not.
How would a pay parity package result in a cut? Because I imagine that a pay parity move would mean somebody else's salary is raised so that it's on par, right? Where they're going to reduce somebody's salaries to make it on par. Like how does?
Yeah, so that is what was happening. I don't remember the exact cut, but we reported that this was around 60, 70, 80,000 cut for first officers. And there was almost a rebellion inside the airline. They had to cancel 1,000 flights in the month of April last year because pilots stopped cooperating. So if your schedule goes haywire and your roster goes haywire, if you're my boss, you can just call me up and request that please adjust a little bit. Today was your off, but come fly. They stopped cooperating. And here also similar thing happened in December first week. I know from talking to people that people stopped cooperating because they said that you're exploiting us and you're interpreting every rule in your favor, misinterpreting rules and going back again and again to the DGCA to seek exemptions. They stopped.
Why would anybody take 1.2 CR kind of not entirely dead, but invest that kind of money for this kind of a life where you are also...
Because people don't know, because they look at the glamour, because they look at airports and they look at 5-star hotels. By the way, a lot of airlines don't even, those 5-star hotels that used to be a thing of the past where Air India used to make people stay.
So where do they put up their pilots? 3-star hotels?
Yeah, and yes. IndiGo has its own hotels also. It's a large, hospitality group.
And you also mentioned 6 to 7 year bond.
Yes.
A debt in itself is like a bond around your neck, and this is something else. Suppose, I'm mentioning this because if I knew that I had to pay off a huge loan, one option which an employee would consider is to switch jobs, from IndiGo to some other maybe foreign airline, Emirates or wherever, so where you can earn more and pay off your debt quicker. But then you're saying there are like 6 to 7 year bonds, even that option is cut off.
Yes. So, the thing is that obviously if an airline is investing in your training, they would want some sort of surety that you continue. But I'm not sure. If here, in this case, the unions will have argued that the sum that the airline is paying that first officer for the 6-7 years is almost equivalent of the interest that they earn on the bond amount. Sometimes they ask them to deposit at the time of joining. But in case of IndiGo, they don't take cash, they take checks. But yes, it is exploitative. And it's important for the regulator to look at these human aspects, which they are failing to do. All they're able to do is how many aircraft you're doing. And they are just giving what airlines want from them rather than being able to judge, assess, understand. And these are the issues that I hear sometimes from officials, that, this ability to have a comprehensive bird's eye view of things and what needs to be fixed is not there. It is right now functioning as a window of clearance. An airline will come to you with a list of demands and then you decide which ones you want to grant them and which ones you do. But to be able to look at, what needs to be fixed and whether pilot training is also very central to what we want to become. We talk about aviation hubs, we want to have big airports, etc., etc.
Yeah.
But about these things.
Right. So, Jagriti, we have so far talked at length about this entire crisis from the point of view of passengers and the public, which is, of course, the paramount importance. We've also spoken about it from the perspective of the pilots. Now, let's look at it briefly from the perspective of the airlines and the aviation business. There are some analysts who would argue that aviation in India is a structurally uncompetitive sector. It's very difficult to make a profit because of huge taxes. In many cases, the taxes are levied by the state governments, and then 50% of your costs are this air turbine fuel or ATF, where you have to pay in dollars, and many of your costs, including the leasing of aircrafts, you have to pay in dollars, but then your revenue is coming in rupees. And with this rupee dollar conversion rate, we know what's been happening on that front. So it's a very the dice is loaded against the profitability of whichever company is in the business. So can you give us a quick overview of an airline's cost structure, and is it really true that Indian Airlines, other airlines in other countries, Singapore Airlines or the Emirates, they don't seem to be going through this kind of a roller coaster. So are Indian Airlines in a structurally more difficult business environment where they are more likely to fail than succeed? We have had a number of failures, Jet, and you spoke about Go First.
Before that, Kingfisher.
So many airlines have come up and failed, and now IndiGo, which is a market leader, is struggling to just do its basic job. So what is the situation in terms of the industry?
Yeah. So IndiGo is hailed globally as a success story for keeping its costs, in control. And what we're seeing today is, of course, a result of that. This is the flip side of it. Ensuring operational efficiency and cost control, and which often results to pushing your employees to an extreme. But yes, as you mentioned, ATF is often mentioned as something that accounts for 40% of an airline's operations. Overseas, it's much less; it's about 20% or so. But a growing concern is also airport costs. Now, we have moved towards almost a monopoly where one company has as many as 8 airports across the country. Many of these airports have, in the recent past, come up for tariff revision. There's a 5-year tariff cycle, and where we have seen, tariffs of a tariff for passengers, which is the user development fee, which is a component of the airfare that we pay to airlines. This has to be further given to airports. That is growing, and how airports are coming up with new formula. For instance, in Delhi and Mumbai recently, we have seen that, even in Thiruvananthapuram, where only a departing passenger had to pay the UDF. Now even arrival passengers, so twice in my journey, I'll end up paying UDF. The user development fee, then the parking fees and landing charge fees, these are all going up. One airline CEO mentioned to me that Lucknow airport was the most expensive to operate out of. That's also one of the Adani airports. So these are additional burdens. I'll give you one example. We did a story on Thiruvananthapuram airport because the tariff regulator pulled up the airport and said that it was misrepresenting certain revenue that is supposed to cross-subsidize what you and I pay, so that amount, that tariff comes down. So these are F&B, food and beverages, whatever retail purchases we make. These are called non-aeronautical revenue. So it misrepresented how much it would earn out of that as a result. But at the same time, your revenue, what as a passenger you will pay, or as an airline I will pay to the airport, that also was a sizable increase. So the regulator said, how come you've come up with this? And this is misleading, because when this airport was under the government, under the Airports Authority of India, what it was earning in non-aeronautical revenue was more, as opposed to what you're showing us after privatization. And during COVID or pre-COVID, it was more. That's also a discussion. And IATA, which is a body of airline groups globally, made a representation before the airport regulator saying that this was discriminatory, the way, airports are coming to you and saying, have this fare. So in Bombay and Delhi now, if you're a business class passenger, you will have different user fee as opposed to if you're on an international airline.
So all these user development fees which Indian airports are charging, aren't they supposed to be benchmarked to some international standard? Can the airport charge anything, revise from A to B arbitrarily? There must be some kind of benchmarking that not more than X percentage of a ticket's price, for instance, can be accounted for by user development charges. Otherwise, anybody can charge anything. And is it like a free for all? I mean, I remember when the Kenya airport crisis was happening, the Kenyans rose up in protest against the acquisition of their airport by an Indian company. These are all the issues which came up, and you have the same business entity in charge of all these airports, and you're talking about user development fees. Anyway, we'll come back to that if there is...
Just a quick clarification. While the user development fee is supposed to be paid by passengers, airlines pay a separate fee that is charged to them for parking and landing, which also, for instance, in Thiruvananthapuram, we saw went up from 309 per metric ton to about 890, and in subsequent years for 1650. So that's almost a 5-time increase. So just to get, this is the impact of a monopoly in airports and where the cost of operations go up for airlines. Even airlines would not, goes to show, want one single player to have complete control where there is no bargaining power. And a duopoly in airlines where customers, even if today they are angry, tomorrow they will still be flying the same airline. So,
did you mention the duopoly? I mean, that is the last question for this episode, Jagriti. We're running out of time. So, many are blaming, you mentioned the monopoly vis-a-vis the airports. Now, many are also blaming that in airlines we have essentially a duopoly. And they're saying that could possibly, it's speculation, of course, but people are suggesting that IndiGo may have chosen not to plan for the new norms with the kind of seriousness that was required, possibly because it believed that it could get the regulator to sort of change or maybe give an extension for complaints, which it actually has indeed got. So, do you think having more players than a duopoly in this aviation sector would be better for the consumer interest and the pilot interest?
Yes, definitely. Who doesn't want more choice? And thanks for mentioning pilot interest, because what's happening is that increasingly employees are feeling that if they're not happy with airline A, there's only airline B to go to, and things are not any better in airline B. We have seen both the CEO of Air India, Campbell Wilson, and the CEO of IndiGo, Peter Elbers, arguing for anti-poaching norms so that these pilots are not stolen by international airlines, right? So they're worried. I've heard it would be good to see what the attrition rate is in these airlines, especially IndiGo, if they're so worried about poaching. But it is known that after 6-7 years, after you've completed that bond period, people look for opportunities overseas. So there will be greater choice for passengers once there is no duopoly. Even for regulator, it will be less pressure, because right now they will say, oh, IndiGo has, such a large market share, and if we do not comply to their demands, it will actually disturb the market and passengers will be left stranded. So we have no option but to...
Too big to fail phenomenon.
Yes. But to offer them what they want. And if there were choices, the regulator will be able to say, hey, order and do its job better as well, I would say.
Right. That's all I have for you, Jagriti. It's very clear that the DGCA has to do better, and pilots deserve better, and passengers definitely deserve better. Thank you so much for joining us. Pleasure talking to you.
Thanks.
Hello and welcome to Pulse Maharashtra with me, Vinaya Deshpande Pandit. I'm the Maharashtra Chief of Bureau of the Hindu, and each week we take you through some of the most important stories of the state. And this week we are going to take you through the chaos in the winter session of the Maharashtra Assembly. Now, it's an unprecedented situation in Maharashtra. Since the formation of the state, this is the first time that there is no leader of opposition in both the houses. When asked, this is what the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister had to say.
मैंने अभी कहा ना कि विपक्ष का नेता बनने की इतनी संख्या तो अगली बार जब चुनाव होगा तो जुटाओ, उतनी मेहनत करो. अभी लोगों ने उनको भगा दिया है, नकार दिया है, तो उन्होंने उसका आत्मचिंतन करना चाहिए, आत्मपरीक्षण करना चाहिए, न कि बार-बार जहां देखो एक.
But what's the truth? The Speaker of the Legislative Assembly has said that the opposition needs to have at least 10% seats. We decode the issue to take you to the crux of the debate and to unfold the number game. Is the appointment of a leader of opposition a democratic necessity or the discretion of the Speaker? Now this is the list of Maharashtra's leaders of opposition. Here's the list for Vidhan Sabha. Or the lower house, which consists of 288 members. And these are the leaders of opposition for the upper house or the Vidhan Parishad. Its strength is 78. As you can see, there has hardly been any time when the state did not have an LOP. Did the opposition always have the 10% seats? No, but upholding the democratic values, an LOP was still appointed.
Let us put it this way. While the 10% majority is a convention, there are also instances of it being overlooked. Take the example of 1962, where the Congress had a brute majority of 215 in a House of 264 seats. The single largest opposition party was the Peasants and Workers' Party, which could secure only 15 seats. The opposition parties then came together to form Sanyukta Maharashtra Samiti, which was granted the status of the official opposition party, and Krishna Rao Dhulap was declared the leader of opposition. Similar precedents can be found for other years as well.
Things changed last year after the assembly elections, and here's the number game. In a house of 288 members, this is what the opposition looks like. Shiv Sena UBT 20, Congress 16, NCP-SP 10. Being the single largest party, Shiv Sena UBT staked claim to the position of LOP. When the Speaker did not grant it, Shiv Sena UBT candidate Bhaskar Jadhav wrote to the Legislative Secretariat seeking a written note on the rules and regulations under which the LOP is appointed. This is what the Secretariat said. There are no written rules for this. The Speaker takes a discretionary call as per the parliamentary traditions.
Now, Professor Suhas Parshikar has observed that precedence, convention, and goodwill play an important role during the House proceedings. In this case, let us put it this way, there are two observations. First, that the opposition has not yet come together in the lower house, and second, after perusal of data, it seems that the precedence and the convention has been overlooked.
So one thing is clear, though it is the discretion of the Speaker, it is to be done as per the parliamentary traditions. The ethos is clearly to uphold the democratic values. Let us move on to the upper house now. The strength of the upper house of the opposition in a house of 78 is as follows. As you can see, Congress here has 10% of the seats. The party has also staked claim to the position on September 2, but the chairperson of the Legislative Council has not yet taken a call on it. The winter session of the Maharashtra Assembly has started on a stormy note on the background of this chaos as speculations continue to do rounds about who the next LOP will be.
Welcome to the Climate Economy from the Hindu. I am Kunal Shankar. So, what is the ongoing CAFE norms debate all about? Well, at its core, CAFE norms simply mandate that every car manufacturer meet a fleet average emission target. Think of it as you can sell high emission cars, but only if they are balanced out by enough cleaner, more efficient ones. These norms, adopted in two phases, are tied directly to India's energy efficiency goals and climate commitments. Now, fleet average means the weighted average emissions of all cars a company sells in a year. So, if you sell some gas guzzlers, you need to also sell efficient cars like EVs, hybrids, and so on to bring the company's average down. India tightened CAFE norms in 2022. Now the government is considering relaxing future tightening, and that's where the controversy begins. Under India's current corporate average fuel efficiency, or CAFE norms, A small car is defined as one that is less than 4 meters long and weighs under 909 kilograms. This segment today, although, occupies just 14 to 15% of India's passenger vehicle market, but almost 95% of it is controlled by one car maker, Maruti Suzuki. That means the revised definition and the exemptions built into it disproportionately benefit a single manufacturer. Now, India has committed to doubling energy efficiency between 2024 and 2030, and transport is already the country's third largest carbon emitting sector. But under the proposed revised CAFE norms, nearly 15% of the passenger vehicle market would effectively sit outside India's energy efficiency target, simply because tightening the norms would force manufacturers to either improve the efficiency of their internal combustion engine or ICE models as they're called now, or shift to electric. This has a second order effect. It discourages innovation in small mass market EVs, a category that could meaningfully reduce emissions. Just look at China. Half of all small cars sold there are EVs today. The segment is inherently conducive to electrification. 7 to 8 years ago, India too had a vibrant small car market, but consumer preferences have shifted. People want safer cars with value added features. Still, abandoning the small EV pathway now would slow the country's efficiency gains and keep Indian consumers from benefiting from global technological advancements. Which raises a fundamental question. What is really the purpose of a regulation? Regulations are meant to shape markets, not wait for the markets and then adjust the regulations accordingly. Take CNG, for example, or compressed natural gas. Now, before policy support, hardly any manufacturer offered CNG options. But once norms and incentives aligned, within 6 months, OEMs had products ready. So, regulations can create markets, but it can also distort them. Hence, this debate today. Today, the uncertainty around the launch of Maruti's e-Vitara, for example, no firm price, no firm date, reflects this tension. And yet, Maruti Suzuki's own sustainability disclosures say that 15% of all its cars sold in 2030 will be electric. The revised CAFE norms, however, assume only an 11% EV market share nationwide in 2030. To put this in perspective, manufacturers' voluntary commitments compiled by the ICCT already average nearly 20% EV share by 2030, with several OEMs, Tata, Mahindra, MG, aiming for 30% or even higher. In other words, the revised regulation is attempting only half of what the industry itself has promised. And remember, CAFE does not mandate electrification, it simply says improve your fleet efficiency. You can do that through electrification, yes, but also through cleaner, better ICE technologies. Some improvements may raise upfront costs, but these pay for themselves through fuel savings within a few years. Yet the revised norms leave two loopholes wide open. The first around ethanol and flex fuel credits. CAFE currently incentivizes higher ethanol blends above E20, awarding credits for vehicles compliant with blends like E30 or E85. But India has no clarity on when such high fuel ethanol blends will be widely available. Ethanol is also more expensive than petrol and has lower calorific value and thus offers lower mileage compared with petrol. You cannot meaningfully reward a technology that does not exist at scale. And this is precisely what happened in the United States between 2013 and 2017, when automakers claimed flex fuel credits even though high blend fuels became widely available only from 2018 onwards. India risks repeating that mistake. The second loophole is what are called super credits. Under these rules, selling certain low emission vehicles counts more than once towards a company's CAFE performance. So an EV or a plug-in hybrid might count as 2 or even 3 vehicles in the compliance calculation. Even strong hybrids, many of which have batteries under 1 kilowatt hour and can run only 2 to 3 kilometers on pure electric power, receive elevated credit. This makes the headline target look stringent, but the detailed mechanics dilute its impact. If super credits are too generous, companies can meet CAFE norms simply by selling more hybrid without innovating or shifting meaningfully toward battery electric vehicles. Taken together, the revised CAFE norms are already significantly compromised. They offer incentives for every technology: ICE, hybrid, ethanol, flex fuel, and EVs without prioritizing a clear pathway. The result is a regulatory framework that largely maintains the status quo and assumes an 11% EV share by 2030 at a time when India is already at 4.5% and likely to double without any policy intervention. For India to meet its Glasgow commitment on energy efficiency and to remain competitive in the global auto industry, much more stringent CAFE norms are essential. And more importantly, India must also not lose out on the opportunity to be at par, if not ahead, of nations like China in this paradigmatic shift to a low carbon transport sector driven by electrification. If we fail to act boldly now, we may find ourselves once again in the unenviable position of the 1980s and 90s when slow state led joint ventures attempted to upgrade India's auto sector, a period ironically dominated by Maruti Suzuki. And that's all we have on this episode of the Climate Economy. If you like this video and would like to hear more about how climate change is reshaping our economies, do hit the bell icon on the Hindu's YouTube channel and do write to us, or better still, send us a video recording of your questions to climateeconomy@thehindu.co.in, and that's once again climateeconomy@thehindu.co.in, and we'll do our best to feature them and to get them answered. Bye for now.
Kupiansk in northeast, Siversk, Mirnograd, and Pokrovsk in Donetsk, and in Zaporizhia in the south, which means the entire stretch of the front line, the line of contact. Russian troops are actually making moves along the front line. That's the latest update.
And there is a sense that this is more favorable to Russia than to Ukraine. So, how do you read Trump's peace plan, this 28 points?
The 28-point plan is basically recognizing Russia's victory in the war. There is no question about it. So Europe is funding the war or financing Ukraine at this point of time. So Europe shares a bigger responsibility. So if you are a fighting age man in Ukraine, you will be taken into the battlefield. Ukraine is facing a massive manpower crunch.
Hello and welcome to In Focus. I'm G. Sampath. It will soon be 4 years since Russia invaded Ukraine. As the conflict drags on, neither side seems ready for a compromise. But President Trump has been pushing for a peace deal. He recently released a 28-point peace plan. It basically asks Ukraine to cede territory it has already lost in exchange for security guarantees. But Ukraine President Zelensky has repeatedly ruled out giving up territory. He has also been talking of a revised peace plan. But Trump is impatient for a ceasefire and is applying pressure on both sides to come to an agreement. So, what is at stake for the different parties involved, and what are the chances of a deal being reached? We speak with Stanley Johnny, the Hindu's international affairs editor. Welcome to InFocus, Stanley. Thank you so much for joining us. Good to have you back.
Thanks, Amba. Thanks for having me.
To start with, the same kind of question I've been asking you in our previous episodes. What is the situation on the ground, militarily speaking, between Ukraine and Russia? Can you give us a quick overview?
And I give you the same answer with the latest update. The answer, the broader structure of the answer is that the Russians are advancing slowly but steadily. Because if you look at the battleground, I usually check the deep state battleground map, which is released by the Ukrainians. So this is a group linked to the Ukrainian military. So you don't have to fall for the Russian propaganda. So if you look at the deep state map, they tell us how the battleground is shifting. So the Russians, captured some 500 square kilometers of territory in October. And this was roughly 200 square kilometers in, September. So the Russians are basically towards the end of their summer offensive. They are picking up pace. So that's one thing. And then secondly, the Russians claimed that they have captured Pokrovsk. Pokrovsk is a logistical hub. It is a strategic city. It is a very important city, which sits at a crossroad of multiple roads in the Donetsk region. So the Ukrainians have disputed the claim. The Ukrainian general said the other day that Ukrainian troops are still there in at least in one part of the city. The Russians have claimed that Russian Defense Ministry said that they have taken over the whole of the city. But again, if you look at the deep state map, more than 95% of Pokrovsk city is now controlled by the Russians. And they have been fighting for the city for more than a year. So this is a major tactical victory for the Russians. And it's not just in Pokrovsk, you look at the entire battlefield. So the Russians are advancing. Pokrovsk is in the east, basically in the Donetsk region. So you have Lugansk and Donetsk, which make up the Donbass. And the Russians have laid claims to both of these.
So the Russians are laying claim to both, but are they in control of the entire Lugansk and Donetsk territory, or is there still some patch of it with the Ukrainians?
Yeah, they control the whole of Lugansk, and they control roughly 80% of Donetsk. Pokrovsk is in Donetsk, so the capture of Pokrovsk would be a major tactical victory for the Russians in their push to take control of the whole of the Donetsk region. And then in the south, in Zaporizhia, the Russians are making moves. They are taking territories in Zaporizhia. And they are also encircling this city called Mirnograd, which is also in Donetsk. And in Donetsk, there is another city towards the basically northeastern side, which is Siversk. And the Russians are advancing fast in Siversk as well. And in Kupiansk is in the northeast, which is in the Kharkiv region. So Kharkiv is not an oblast that is, annexed by the Russians. So the Russians have annexed 4 + 1. One is Crimea. Kharkiv, they haven't annexed Kharkiv, but they are making military progresses in Kharkiv as well. So Kupiansk in northeast, Siversk, Mirnograd, and Pokrovsk in Donetsk, and in Zaporizhia in the south, which means the entire stretch of the front line, the line of contact. So the Russian troops are actually making moves along the front line. That's the latest update.
Right. Now, in this kind of a scenario, we have President Trump, who has released this 28-point peace plan. And roughly, if you look at the big picture view, what it seems to suggest is that Ukraine has to basically give up its whatever territory it has lost in exchange for security guarantees. But there are 28 points in it, and there are a lot of back and forth. Even Zelensky has said that there are many points in it which he had already rejected previous to this plan being announced, but they are still there in this plan. And there is a sense that this is more favorable to Russia than to Ukraine. So how do you read Trump's peace plan, this 28 points, which has a number of different aspects? One is to do with territories, then there are security guarantees. Then it also has something to say about the size of the Ukrainian military. NATO is also in the picture. So can you please take us through quickly what does it say?
The 28-point plan is basically recognizing Russia's victory in the war. There is no question about it. Because if you look at the details of the plan, which has been leaked and it is available for all of us to read, and it says that Ukraine has to cede territory in Donetsk. So as we discussed earlier, the Ukrainians still control roughly 20% of Donetsk, and they need to hand it to the Russians and withdraw their troops from the Donetsk region. And they have to recognize that Donetsk and Lugansk are entirely part of Russian territory. Donetsk, Lugansk, and Crimea. These three. Crimea was annexed by the Russians in 2014, before the war actually began in 2022. And the other two territories the Russians have annexed are Zaporizhia and Kherson. So where the Russians control maybe, let's say, 50 to 60% territories in both oblasts, and the Russians will keep those territories. So which means the land the Russians control will be de facto Russian land in these two.
Even in Zaporizhia and Kherson.
Kherson, yeah, that's correct. So Donetsk, Lugansk, Crimea entirely with the Russians, Zaporizhia and Kherson partly with the Russians. And the Ukrainians have to accept this reality. And then secondly, Ukraine has to give up its desire to join NATO. They have to declare that. They have to put it in their constitution that neutrality is their policy. They don't want to join NATO. And NATO has to commit to not to expand further towards the east. not only to Ukraine, but no more expansion towards the east. This is what the Russians call the root cause of the conflict, because you listen to Lavrov or Putin or Ushakov, they keep repeating the same talking point. They say that no ceasefire unless there is a peace agreement, and the peace agreement will be possible only if it addresses the root cause of the conflict. So the Trump plan says that no more NATO expansion. So Ukraine has to cede territory. Ukraine has to give up its desire to join NATO, and NATO should say that it won't expand further. And then Ukraine should also cap the size of its regular military at 600,000. So apparently Ukraine has roughly, according to some estimates, some 900,000 active personnel. So that has to be capped at 600,000. And the plan also talks about economic cooperation between the Russians. Russia has to commit to not to attack its neighboring countries, not just Ukraine, but other European countries as well. No more Russian aggression. That's the commitment the plan asks Russia to make. And then it also talks about setting up a new panel commission to address security issues between NATO and Russia, and the United States will kind of do the mediation work. And it also talks about economic cooperation between the Americans and the Russians, oil drilling in the Arctic Ocean, and using the Russian frozen assets in European banks, using them to fund reconstruction activities in Ukraine, etc., etc. And it also says that the sanctions on Russia would be lifted gradually, or the Western sanctions will be. So Russia will be brought, out of the cold, brought into the diplomatic and economic mainstream. So, and Russian control of the Ukrainian parts would be recognized. NATO would not expand further. So this is roughly the deal is. And the 28 plan doesn't talk about the security guarantees in detail, but the Trump administration had circulated an annex, a 3-page document dealing with only security plan. So in which the administration says that any future attack against Ukraine would be considered as an attack on the entire West, and the West would respond, in terms of militarily or financial military support, etc., etc. So this plan, this annex is also being discussed among the Western countries. But honestly speaking, the 28-point plan arrived dead, because the Ukrainians have clearly said that they are not going to cede territory. Zelensky said that 2 days ago.
So I was going to ask you about the response. I'm guessing you have said the Ukrainians are not really happy with it, and the Russians, I'm assuming, are quite pleased with it. Now, Trump has also seemed to have anticipated this, because he has been saying it's a live document, quote unquote, live document, which means that it can be modified based on feedback from either party. When it comes to feedback, the Ukrainians have been talking closely with the European powers, with France, UK, Germany, and other countries as well. And they have been sort of trying to insert themselves into this process in a way where, because they apparently also have security concerns vis-a-vis Russia. And yesterday, in fact, President Trump has really sort of torn into the Europeans, saying that
The
it's a
political
decaying country.
right?
Yeah. He says Europe is in decay.
Yeah.
You guys have no idea what you're doing. You're letting in immigrants, and you are very weak, and you're not really doing anything to help us bring peace to Ukraine. So that's what he's been saying. He's not happy with the European allies. But Zelensky has been sort of gathering them around in his corner to sort of get a stronger position in this negotiations for peace. So can you talk a little bit about what the European allies are doing? What is their role in this entire peace process, which has been sort of piloted by President Trump?
So the Europeans have been cut out of the whole peace process, because the 28-point plan was drafted by Steve Witkoff in consultation primarily with the Russians, and Witkoff later said that he has also taken inputs from the Ukrainians. But definitely the Ukrainians are not happy with the plan. So it's a product of negotiations between the Americans and the Russians. And the Europeans have been kept out of it. So they are not very happy, because the Europeans want to be part of any lasting solution for the Ukraine crisis. But the Americans are not very keen about it. So that's one thing. And what the Europeans are trying to do now, there is an interesting difference in the West's approach towards the Ukraine conflict, particularly after Trump came to power. When Biden was the president, there was an absolute convergence between Europe and the United States. Remember, Biden used to say that we would support Ukraine as long as it takes, quote unquote. This was his standard line. And the Americans are not talking about it anymore, right? And what Trump subtly did was to shift the burden of responsibility, basically the burden of supporting Ukraine, to the Europeans. The United States is not sending weapons directly to the Ukrainians. They share intelligence, but what actually happening now is that the Europeans are buying weapons from the United States and then moving them to Ukraine. So Europe is funding the war or financing Ukraine at this point of time. So Europe shares a bigger responsibility, or Europe basically has taken up the burden of supporting Ukraine, but still Europe is not part of the peace process. So Europe is naturally anguished about it. So what Zelensky also knows that the United States has shifted its position. So he needs to keep the Europeans on his side. What he did, he went to Geneva immediately after he received the Trump plan. He went to Geneva and he met the Europeans. And ever since, you could see there were multiple marathon meetings between the European leaders. Just last week, everybody was in London. Merz, the German Chancellor, and French President Macron, and of course the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. They were in London and then they had their own sessions. And Zelensky is again, he was in Italy. He talked to the Italian Prime Minister the other day, and he's going to talk to the Europeans again. So in Geneva, the Europeans came up with an alternative proposal. And with that proposal, Steve Witkoff went to Moscow and he met President Putin last week. They had a 5-hour-long discussion in the Kremlin. But there was no consensus. There was no breakthrough. And Steve Witkoff went back. And it was after that Putin came to India, and where he gave interview to India Today. And he said that the Ukrainian deal, or rather the European deal, is not acceptable for the Russians. The Russians have clearly rejected that. We don't know the exact details of the European deal, the counter proposal. And now what Zelensky is saying is that he is going to submit another proposal. I think he is doing it today. He will submit a 20-point plan to the Americans, because the Ukrainian officials had also met the Americans in between. And Zelensky also said, after meeting Keir Starmer, Macron, and Merz in London, Zelensky said that Ukraine will never cede territory. So that means the Trump plan has collapsed, because the entire Trump plan is based on Ukraine withdrawing troops from Donetsk and then making further compromises. And Russia could withdraw troops from Kharkiv and Dnipro. So this was the broad land swap plan. But Zelensky said that no, Ukraine is not going to cede territory, which means the Trump plan has collapsed. And Zelensky is now giving another proposal. So Europe is kind of backing Zelensky, while Zelensky is pushing back against Trump. Zelensky doesn't want to take the Trump deal. And Keir Starmer also said in London that I won't put pressure on Zelensky. It's up to him. But the bigger question here is that what Europe is trying to do. And what I understand is that Europe clearly doesn't want Ukraine to make any large concessions to end the war. Because if Ukraine is ceding territory, Ukraine is giving up NATO. If NATO is pressed to say that there are no more expansions towards the east, that is ceding victory to the Russians. It's as simple as that. And that would also mean that Russia would emerge stronger. A victorious Russia would emerge stronger. And Europe fears that a stronger Russia would pose long-term strategic threats to Europe, especially at a time when the United States is, sort of distancing itself from its historic security commitments to Europe. So we are witnessing massive shifts in continental Europe. So Europe is trying to grapple with all the problems it is facing today. But I don't know whether Europe has a larger strategic plan. I can't see that. But in the short term, there is one thing that Europe is certain about, that it doesn't want Ukraine to make concessions and end the war, because Europe believes that it would be counterproductive for its own security interests.
Right. I mean, it is all very well to say Ukraine should not make concessions and so on. But then at the end of the day, Russia has the upper hand in the war, as you detailed earlier in the conversation. So I'm just wondering, even Trump has been saying, actually, in the Politico interview, that Ukraine should hold elections. Zelensky is almost like a dictator now, if I'm not mistaken. When elections are due, he's not been having holding elections to elect the new president.
Yeah.
And and it's not very clear what the Ukrainian people on the ground have actually think about the war. I mean, there must be a lot of. I'm sure there must be war fatigue among the people on the ground, or are they all fully behind Zelensky? What's happening exactly with the elections scenario?
Yeah, I mean, this is the funny part. Nobody is talking about it. Europe, which otherwise is so much talking about this, is, I mean, talking that this is a war between democracy, which is an independent, democratic, sovereign country of Ukraine, and a dictatorial, ruthless, thuggish regime of Russia. This is the dominant narrative. But, I mean, the simple point is that Zelensky's term expired last year. And they say that Ukraine is under martial law. And that's only an excuse. That's only an excuse. This is what. That's why Trump earlier called him a dictator, and he repeated the claim in the political interview. He said that he believes Zelensky should hold election. No European leader is talking about it. Nobody is talking about it. Nobody wants Ukraine to hold election. And Zelensky's immediate response yesterday was that Zelensky, they are open for elections. But today Zelensky changed again. Today he says that nobody can put me under pressure. We will follow, and whoever is asking us to hold election, we will give them the legal explanation, constitutional explanation. So because Ukraine is under martial law, we don't have to hold election. He has been the president sitting, in the presidential office for the last 6 years, where his term actually expired last year in 2024. So this problem is always there. And what is the mood in Ukraine? It's very difficult to understand. Of course, there is this nationalist sentiment is there, but at the same time, see, Ukraine is facing, just a couple of days ago, AP had a story about, the population collapse Ukraine is facing. So Ukraine has implemented a full conscription. So if you are a fighting age man in Ukraine, you will be taken into the battlefield. And it's happening. And there were multiple reports about adult men fleeing the country, or those who are reaching the fighting age fleeing the country. Ukraine is facing a massive manpower crunch. And Trump himself said in the same interview, said that Ukrainians lost some 28,000 people in 1 month. And that included both those who were dead and then injured. I mean, the entire casualties. This is because of the battle that is going on now. And this is the kind of loss Ukrainians are facing. And nobody else is talking about it. I mean, you will find reports in The Economist, reports leaked by Western intelligence agencies about the casualties on the Russian side. But nobody is leaking any reports about the casualties on the Ukrainian side, except Donald Trump, maybe, who's talking about it in the interviews. But the Ukrainians are taking massive losses, and they have full conscription, which is what is leading to a population collapse. The economy is entirely dependent on aid from the West. And that's why Europe is now, one of the questions Europe is facing today is how to finance the war if the war continues for the next 2 years, because money is not coming from the United States, and Europe has to raise some $100 billion to continue to finance the war. And where will this money come from? And the Europeans are planning to use the Russian frozen reserves, which is some $250 billion, to use half of it to fund the Ukrainian war, or at least to use that as a guarantee to give a $100 billion loan to the Ukrainians so that it won't affect the European economies. But the Americans are opposed to it. The Belgians are opposed to it. So there is no consensus about even on this among the Europeans. So the entire economy is dependent on aid from the West. Ukraine is also facing a manpower crunch. There is full conscription in the country, and they are not winning the war, and they don't have an end game. They don't have a plan to turn around the war. It's a very, very sad situation. And Zelensky is not ready to conduct elections either.
Coming back to the Trump plan, Stanley, I mean, Donald Trump is not exactly a dove, so to speak. It's not like he's morally concerned about the values of human life, and therefore he's pushing for peace. What exactly are his motivations in pushing this deal through? He wants to see a ceasefire. Basically, that much is clear. He doesn't care who holds how much territory. He wants peace, and he thinks that this kind of a deal, which is favoring Russia, which has upper hand, is most likely to go through, because if Russia says no, you don't have a deal in any case, whereas Ukraine, which is on the weaker side, can be pressured. So what exactly are Trump's motivations in pushing this kind of a peace plan?
A couple of things. One thing is that generally, when you look at the analysis about the 28-point plan, is that everybody says that this is a deal that favors Russia, which is true. This is a deal that favors Russia. But we should also understand that the battleground realities are largely in favor of Russia. So the deal cannot be entirely detached from the battleground realities. Europeans may not like it, the Ukrainians may not like it, but on the ground, the Russians have an upper hand. And the Russians and the Ukrainians do not, at least at this point of time, Ukrainians do not have a plan of victory. So any deal, I mean, you can't expect to have a deal that favors Ukraine or a deal that will have some kind of balance between the Ukrainians and the Russians, which is unrealistic to expect. So when we say that the Trump deal favors Russia, we should also keep in mind that the battleground realities also favor Russia. That's one thing. And to answer your question, what Trump wants to achieve, why does he want to have a ceasefire? I can give multiple answers. One, of course, Trump claims to be a man of peace, etc., etc., but we can keep the moral side aside because the same Trump administration is now drumming up for a war in the Caribbean. So let's keep the moral argument aside. But if you look at the practical side, so one, Trump believes that he keeps saying, right, this is Joe Biden's war. This is not his war. So that's one thing. And then secondly, Trump always wanted to have better relationship with Russia. So this is not only about ending the Ukrainian war. This is also about opening a new chapter in the Russo-American cooperation. Trump believes that this is a historic beginning, like Kissinger did, like Nixon did in the 1970s, early 1970s. Because, see, the Cold War realities have changed. Russia is no longer a principal rival to the United States. Russia is no longer a peer competitor, that is China. So Trump believes that the Americans in the long run should establish a stronger ties with the Russians or wean the Russians off the Chinese orbit. So they believe that they can establish some kind of a balance between the Americans and the Russians. So this is what we call the reverse Kissinger policy. I think the Trump administration is serious about it. They are seriously exploring this because today, this morning, Wall Street Journal had a report about the documents the Trump administration has shared with the Europeans about possible economic cooperation between the Russians and the Americans once the ceasefire is in. And there are elaborate details about the economic cooperation. Rare earth cooperation in the field of rare earth minerals, in the field of oil and gas, in the Arctic Ocean, and then other political and security cooperation. So they have basically a larger plan of improving ties with Russia or bringing in new stability in the Russo-American cooperation. So that is one thing. And for that, what is the nuisance? That is the Ukraine war. So they want to end the Ukraine war. And the third aspect is that traditionally American foreign policy, we can go back to the First World War from the Woodrow Wilson's period. The American foreign policy anchored in the transatlantic cooperation. The United States joined the First World War, the United States joined the Second World War, and after the Second World War, throughout the Cold War, the United States basically remained a very powerful force in the Atlantic through the NATO. And from 1940s onwards until recently, the United States was the central pillar of NATO, the central pillar of European security. Trump is reimagining this agreement. And Trump doesn't see Europe as a traditional historic ally. He doesn't want to be the protector of Europe. He doesn't want to be, the guarantor of European security. Rather, he looks at his relationship with Russia bilaterally. So I'm not saying everything is going to be implemented, but I'm saying that there is a clear shift in the strategic assessment of Russia, Europe, and China, and also about the larger shifts in the international order. Because the United States is no longer living in a Cold War period where the Soviet Union posed the most important security threat. We are living in the post-Soviet era. So it took 25 years, it took 30 plus years for these changes to come into effect, but these changes are coming into effect. From Donald Trump's point of view, you shut down the Ukraine war, you open a new chapter in the in the Russia-American cooperation, so Trump would be in history.
You spoke really well about this entire shift. where this transatlantic domain has been the main thrust of American foreign policy right from World War One till the end of the Cold War and beyond. But now we there seems to be a perception that China is the peer power that United States need to sort of prioritize in terms of countering and in terms of dealing with as a threat as well. So, in this context, the US has released a new national security strategy or NSS document. So, how do you see that document vis-a-vis the various maneuverings we've seen around this Trump peace plan? If as you say, uh, this warming up to Russia through a deal that favors Russia is designed to sort of prevent a Russia-China coherent alliance, geopolitical alliance. Does that mean that this Ukraine deal will be somehow pushed through by President Trump, regardless of what the Europeans may or may not like? How do you see this national security document as something which illuminates this entire developments around the Ukraine peace deal?
Yeah. So the national security document actually endorses this assessment. For example, for Trump, Europe is decaying, right? It is facing, in the political interview, he said Europe is decaying. In the national security strategy document, the Trump administration says Europe is facing a civilizational eraser. So Europe is basically losing its heft. So that is the argument. So the United States also doesn't look at Europe the way it looked at Europe throughout the Cold War. So that shift is clearly there in the national security document. And it also doesn't say Russia as a challenge, because if you look at all the past documents, the US faces two main rivals. One is China and the other is Russia. And China is a systemic rival. And Russia is also a major rival to American primacy. So the latest document doesn't talk the same about Russia. So you can see that there is a clear change. And the national security doctrine actually endorses this assessment that Trump wants to open a new chapter in its relationship with Russia. But China remains a peer competitor, and China will remain a peer competitor. So what the Trump administration is trying to do is to basically bring in a new equilibrium and overstepping Europe, the historical understanding between the United States and Europe. They are not bothered about it that so much. And many people in Europe believe that this could be, this is a brief interregnum, because Trump would be there in power for 3 more years and another president will come. But we should also look at the changes in the American domestic politics. But what if Trump goes and J.D. Vance becomes the president? So the new MAGA force, which is driving this foreign policy, basically, that's a very powerful political ideology in the United States today. And if you look at those changes, those domestic changes in the United States, and you put them in the larger security context of the post-Cold War realities of Europe, it is the Trumpist foreign policy of the United States is likely to endure. That leaves Europe in trouble, because Europe throughout, in the last 70, 80 years, Europe was entirely dependent on the United States for security. And Europe also have this, Europe has this grand notions about the grand ideological notions about foreign policy. Russia is authoritarian, Russia is dictatorial, so that we don't want to have any ties with Russia. Russia is a challenge, threat, etc., etc. But Europe doesn't have the resources, basically, it doesn't have the resources at its hand to deal with the massive shifts that are underway in the security architecture of the continent. So that's what we are witnessing now.
No, that's very well put, Stanley. We have talked quite a bit about how Europe has, over the last 70, 80 years, outsourced its security to the United States through NATO, etc. And that has given Europe some kind of stability, But at the same time, with Russia in the picture through the Ukraine war, they feel a sort of a very high level of threat perception from Russia. And with this Trumpist foreign policy, which is more in terms of, looking to be a little detached from whatever is going on the ground there, and they have their eyes on China rather. So in this scenario, isn't there also another dynamic which hasn't really been spoken about much, but also important, wherein if the Europeans were to take take responsibility for their security themselves, then that can also open up those old fault lines. There is an internal imbalance. There are a few big powers, Germany and France, and then there are a lot of these smaller countries which have a history of antagonistic relationships. They have their own internal gravitational pull in terms of who is more powerful economically, and if they were to fund their own militaries, there too there will be this internal imbalance and fault lines which could open up. So in that sense, the US being a guarantor also protected Europe from those internal dynamics as well.
Correct.
So would that be another source of tensions going forward?
So yeah, I mean, if you look at it from a European point of view, yes, there are a lot of tensions now coming into the open because the United States is shifting away its priority from Europe would be disastrous. There is no doubt about it. See, the United States cut down its troops from Romania. It pulled back some 3,000 troops from Romania, but the United States still has some 79,000 troops in Europe, which is much bigger than the entire size of the military of some of the prominent powers in the continent. So that your American security umbrella, whether it is through NATO, whether it is through the American troops present in the region, whether it is through the American missile defense systems and offensive weapons deployed in the region, including nuclear missiles, deployed in the region, that provided some amount of stability to Europe. So now that stability is now being at least questioned because Europe and the United States are entirely on two different sides when it comes to Ukraine. United States clearly wants Europe to put pressure on Ukraine to accept the Trump deal and then bring the war to an end so that the United States can open a new relationship with Russia as well. But Europe is not ready to do that. There is deep mistrust between the Europeans and the Russians. So both sides are not ready to address that. So Russia looks at Europe and sees as a problem or as a challenge. And Europe looks at Russia and sees an aggressor. So that means, I mean, this is a pretty complicated picture because, you see now there are multiple actors. Let's look at all the actors quickly. Russia wants a victory in Ukraine. Russia wants wants the territories it has annexed, especially the Donbas region. Russia also doesn't want any more NATO aggression. Russia doesn't want Ukraine to remain a potent military challenge to Russia in the future. Ukraine doesn't want to give up its sovereignty. Ukraine doesn't want to give up its right to join NATO. Whether Ukraine would join NATO is a different matter, but it doesn't want to give that up. And Ukraine also doesn't want to cede territory, doesn't want to recognize that Ukraine territories are controlled by Russia. So which means there is no deal. There is no practical deal unless either of the two sides makes a compromise. The Russians will not make a compromise because they believe that they are the winning side. The Ukrainians are not yet ready to make a compromise. Europe, on the other side, sees Russia as an aggressive force. Europe doesn't want to push Ukraine into accepting a compromise because Europe believes that if Russia emerges victorious, that would pose a long-term security challenge to Europe. So Europe is trying to put together a brave face. But Europe doesn't have the resources to put up that face without the United States. And here the United States is entirely sitting out. United States and Europe, they don't have the convergence anymore when it comes to Ukraine. So you have all the different partners and they have different approaches here. So that's why I'm saying Europe is in trouble. And to come back to your point, yes, if the US security umbrella collapses, I don't think it will collapse. There are fissures. It will continue, but there would be challenges. But if that collapses, there will be all kind of problems will emerge in Europe. Europe is also facing the threat of the rise of the far right. Because whether it is in Germany, whether it is in France, in Italy, far-right party is already in power, but Meloni rather prefers to go along with the mainstream European line. But AfD in Germany is not the same, and AfD is growing. And the German government, the coalition government, appears to be clueless when it comes to dealing with Ukraine. And Europe now faces the challenge of raising $100 billion to continue to finance the war at a time when European governments are cutting back on social protection measures at home, which could lead to further political alienation of the establishment parties. So you look at it from any point of view, strategic point of view, domestic point of view, economic point of view, Europe is facing a serious problem, serious challenge.
Right. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Stanley. I mean, the more one thinks about it, the more one is inclined to sort of see that I mean, maybe sympathize, if that I don't know if that is the right word, with Trump's point of view that Europe is completely wrong-headed in sort of obsessively backing Europe towards what outcome we don't know. Europe, I mean, backing Ukraine towards what outcome, which is not very clear because Ukraine clearly cannot win. But the Europeans are backing Ukraine to continue the war, whereas internally they've got their own problems. The Europeans, they've got, as you rightly pointed out, they've got the far right rising in country after country, and if they gain in momentum, if they gain a bigger following, if they marginalize the mainstream parties, then Europe has a completely different problem it has to deal with. And these are really very interesting times for Europe right now. Thank you so much, Stanley, once again for joining us. Pleasure talking to you.
Thanks. Pleasure.
Hello and welcome to this week's Health Wrap. If you've ever wondered whether there is a connection between the mobile phone and the bathroom, well, there is. But to hear more about this, wait for our expert segment. Today we have with us Dr. Venkatesh Munikrishnan, robotic colorectal surgeon, Apollo Hospitals and Asana Clinic. Zubeda, so should we dive right in?
Absolutely. We're going to talk about rising temperatures this week, aren't we?
Yes, rising temperatures and environmental stresses are no longer just a one-off occurrence, you know. There might be all these climate change skeptics out there, but it's very clear to all of us that climate change is here and it's here to stay. And the sooner we learn to adapt to the effects of climate change, the better it is that we are going to survive these extreme events. Because extreme events are too far and too frequent. We have floods, we have high temperatures, we have low temperatures. In addition to all this, we've had in India the poor air quality index in Delhi, and we've seen how big a stressor that can be for human health. So heat is emerging as one of the key aspects of climate change itself. And we need to get data to address this, which is where I think we've reported on this recent study. Do you want to talk more about that?
Yes. The MSSRF study, Ramya, that you reported on, it looked at women's health through the lens of heat, didn't it? Looking at women across several states in India that are badly impacted by heat. And it had some interesting findings in terms of the fact that it wasn't just physical impacts, but other impacts as well, all of which were linked to heat.
So this was a study that was done by the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation in 7 states involving 3,300 women. And they layered this data on top of secondary data from the NFHS 5 and came up with some predictable but still surprising conclusions. So when I was talking to Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, who was part of the study, she told me that it was simply shocking how many hysterectomies were happening to women who were undergoing this heat stress. Strangely, women found that their intimate partner violence had gone up. They had multiple issues to do with menstruation, and they were really struggling to cope because summer months also meant loss of wages. And in this strange, very strange situation, it seemed as if the women were affected to a larger extent than the men, because they were also the receivers of this violent behavior from men. And while data is not available on the effect of climate change and human health, I think now slowly we are building a bank of information that will inform the government and health systems how to prepare for this kind of change.
And speaking of the government, isn't it time that India also modifies its labor codes in line with the fact that we know how much climate change is beginning to impact productivity?
That's true. I think that's going to be a very critical area of intervention. If you look at factories and assembly lines today, the women employed in these factories don't have access to clean drinking water. They don't have access to cool rooms during summer. They don't have access to toilets, all of which exacerbate their mental and physical health. And unless the government lays down laws that can be implemented or rules that can be enforced, I think we are not going to be able to handle this heat stress related health impacts very well.
Another story we had this week also looked at heat, didn't it, Ramya? We had a story that looked at heart resilient urban planning, essentially examining how cities and urban planners can become greener, can become healthier, and therefore be able to combat the rising burden of non-communicable diseases, one of which is heart disease. Do you want to speak about that?
Yeah, so this article, in fact, looked at an AI-based heat mapping that will help, governments again plan better building codes and green cover and ventilation standards. Establish certain ventilation standards. If you remember, during the COVID pandemic, we had, the community was aware of what is a good ventilation habit, what is a public space, what is a private space, and how you contract this infection. That is COVID. But if we have that kind of data to influence how we plan our health interventions in the case of heat, I think that will go a long way in addressing this issue. So labor codes, ventilation strategies, public areas. How do you plan public areas? How do you ensure there is a facility for people to cool down, to cool their body temperature down? For instance, Tamil Nadu has these pods which they've created for gig workers so that they can relax while they are out on the streets during the heat, hot summer. So, this is very important, Zubeda, and we'll also have to now talk about how climate change is influencing vector-borne diseases.
Yes, it's not just heat, it's also monsoon, the water, and how that influences patterns and changes to vector-borne disease behavior. So a couple of our stories this week looked at that as well. What we are finding is that diseases like dengue, chikungunya, malaria, all of which have become household names now pretty much, they are not only lasting longer, far more than what was once considered to be seasonal, but they are also affecting areas that had never before been affected due to climate change.
So, Zubeda, as you know, we have a number of reports from different states on the dengue epidemic and chikungunya, rising measles infections in India. But I think we also do a fairly good job about situating it in the context of climate change and ensuring that we send out this message that everything is interlinked, and unless you are looking at environmental health, you're not going to be able to ensure a good, healthy life for people.
Yes, and speaking of current news, we had a number of reports since the Parliament is in session, and we were talking about AI tools just now, and that is something also that is going on with regards to what the government is doing, isn't it?
Yeah, so I think AI, we've discussed this before, is a big boon, but it needs, to keep the human in the loop. The Parliament was told by the government that the National Disease Surveillance Program is running on an AI-based tool in order to predict early warning signals so that communities can be prepared, health systems can be prepared, and we're not overwhelmed when we suddenly find ourselves in the midst of an epidemic. So, yeah, putting AI to good use, but also making sure that the data is accurate and the predictions are accurate.
Let's see how that goes then. So Ramya, is it time to bring this to an end by discussing something that perhaps many of us have wondered about?
Sure, I know what you're heading for, but let's hear it.
If you're one of those people who has to use the bathroom every time they get nervous or they get that butterflies in the feeling in your stomach sort of feeling, then why is this? That's what one of our columns this week has discussed.
Yeah, that article is actually very interesting, and I think our audience should head there to the website to check this article out. But basically, it's about the gut-brain axis. And since we're talking about the gut, it's time for our expert segment. We welcome Dr. Venkatesh Munikrishnan, robotic colorectal surgeon, Apollo Hospitals and Asana Clinic, Chennai. To discuss a very important issue, given that there is also a Constipation Day happening in December. We would like to start, if you don't mind, about what is constipation itself. People sometimes, I mean, it's largely dealt with in the realm of humor. A lot of humor is attached to constipation. But what is constipation itself? Can you tell us briefly?
Constipation is a very important topic because it's pretty much all of us have faced it at some point in our lives. And if you look at the urban population, 40% of the urban population will have these symptoms at some point. So that's that common. Now, defining constipation is a challenge because, passing motions, essentially, that's the act, which can be very variable and it's different for each people. Now, passing motions can be once a day, which is normal. It could be once in 2 days, once in 3 days, but as long as it's regular, your bowel movement is fine. Now, when it becomes abnormal or you're unable to pass in your routine cycle or regular cycle, that's when we name it as constipation. Now, constipation also means that when the motion is hard primarily, or it becomes too hard or solid to pass easily. So these are simple concepts which people have to understand that when it's very difficult to pass, then we call it as constipation. And also, if your cycle is getting messed around, if you pass once a day and you're not going, then it's called constipation. Again, when you travel, if you don't drink enough water, you see that you get tend to get constipated. So it but once you said but get back into normal rhythm and still persist, that's when it's called a proper constipation.
Right. Yeah, I think that gives us a broad, sweeping understanding of what constipation is, and the many aspects of it. But can we now look at the underlying causes for constipation? And as part of your asana clinic, there's been a rash of advertisements in Chennai city which have caught everyone's eye. And some of these also bring out the various causes into play. So, can we look at these causes for constipation?
Sure. So, see, the reason why we went very bold with our campaign is that one, people are very embarrassed to talk about. But again, it's such a common thing, and it's probably the first thing all of us do in the mornings, sooner or later in the mornings. And if that's not regular or difficult or something is not right, and then it messes up your whole day. So we really wanted people to break the taboo. Chennai is generally a conservative city, but very well informed and educated city. And I think that's why we said, okay, we be a little bit bold. We want to get them out and talk about these things. But I think the response we've seen is that people want to actually, they may be a little bit embarrassed, but they don't fear talking about it. So as far as causes are concerned, the most important cause is, of constipation is not drinking enough water. And I think if 70% of our body weight is water, so just thinking about it, if you don't drink enough water, you're going to get dehydrated, and if you're dehydrated, your motions are going to get hard, and in turn, going to get constipated. Now, if you look at what happens when you eat food or drink water, it goes through the gullet, the food pipe, and into the stomach. The food gets digested, and then all the various juices from the pancreas gland, from the liver, all are secreted. They all come into the small bowel where the food gets digested. All the necessary nutrients are taken away in the small bowel, and the waste material slowly comes into the large bowel. The function of the large intestine is to absorb water, and then the rest, the waste material forms into a lump, and comes and is stored in the rectum to be evacuated every morning, usually morning or evening, depending on each one's, how they evacuate. Now, if you don't drink enough water, what happens is there's not enough, Tamil Irapadam, but not water content in the stool. So what happens is whatever water is there is absorbed, and the motion becomes more solid, harder, and more difficult to move and get to be passed. So that is the underlying cause. So the more water you drink, all of us need at least 3 liters baseline, and I can challenge that 90% of Chennai doesn't drink 3 liters of water. Plus, it's a hot city, the humidity is high. So we need to drink a lot of water, 3 to 4, particularly in if you exercise regularly, or you're out and you have a job where you have to go on the field, then you need another liter of water to compensate. So 3 to 4 is base, and if you don't, it's going to cause trouble with hard stools and constipation. Now that's the most commonest thing. The second thing is, a lot of conditions can cause. If you're pregnant, you tend to, we see a lot of constipation in pregnancy. If you're on medications like iron, if your iron levels are low, people get you put on iron tablets, and that can cause constipation. If you're on medications for your cholesterol, that can cause constipation again. And I particularly see when people change their medication, they come with their altered stools. Uh, if you have diabetes for a long time, there is enteropathy, where small nerves are affected in the gut, and so that can also cause constipation because the bowel is not moving effectively. So, but the most important is that if you are developing a new constipation, or a change in bowel habit, which could be constipation or loose stools, particularly for more than 6 weeks, these symptoms, usually when we travel, we get constipated, and there's no obvious cause like a pregnancy in the background. Usually when we start drinking water and we come back from our travels and come back to a normal diet, we should be okay, and it should revert back to normal. But if your symptoms persist for 6 weeks, then there's cause for concern. The problem is that something more sinister can also be a reason, like a colorectal cancer can also cause constipation. So these are the background causes. And again, if we look at the constellation of symptoms, or the challenge with colorectal symptoms, which are change in bowel habit, which could be primarily constipation or a loose stool, or the other symptoms which are related to it is rectal bleeding or weight loss. All these can be part of a bigger constellation of symptoms which can direct or point towards a colorectal cancer. So simple constipation has the same symptoms, something sinister has the same symptoms. So that's where the confusion comes, where a lot of people just, hey, you know what, something simple, and may ignore it, maybe because of embarrassment, or they're not sure if it's something very simple, and they'll go take go to the pharmacist and get a medication. We often see people coming with problems or challenges because they've ignored their symptoms. So that's something which I wanted to bring to this discussion.
The other thing, I mean, if you pardon my scatological pun, and we dig deeper here, is there uh, a concern with a large number of people going in for over the counter medications, or non prescription drugs, or even alternate remedies, and then coming to the specialist rather late?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big problem. Every month I see at least one or two patients who ignored their symptoms and have been taking medicines, or they're embarrassed to reach out to a doctor because I think it's just constipation, simple constipation, or piles. In the subcontinent, anything to do with constipation or anything to around the anus is called piles. Now, as I said, if these symptoms persist for 6 weeks, then it's abnormal, and you really need to see a doctor who will do a good history, take a good history, and do a thorough clinical examination. Put a finger up someone's bottom, because that's the key to diagnosing these problems. And once, if they're picked up early, we can, whatever, even if it's sinister, can be cured very easily. If ignored and present in late stage, and they don't do very well.
Also, shall we, sort of bring the whole preventive aspect into this? Tell our readers, our viewers, what prevention of constipation is all about, and what are the effects that people can see? How soon can they see these effects?
So we tried in our colorectal plug bring something called the commandments, that polo and as well as asana. What we want to do is to start a community movement. We want to take back our mornings. The core theme word for 2026 is that happy mornings, right? Uh, because at the end of the day, or beginning of the day, when you wake up and you have a good bowel movement, the rest of the day is going to be great. At least that stress is not there. So what we call our commandments, our first thing is drink 3 liters of water. Key. That's your baseline. This is 500 ml. You need to drink 6 of these every day. And if you work out, if you have a busy job, you're out in the sun, then you need to up it a bit more. So it's very important. Water is key. Next is exercise. We all need to exercise 4 to 5 times a week, particularly as we go older. One of the 4 to 5 times one day should be weight training. That's so important, particularly for women too, because as they reach menopause and they start to lose muscle, mass, it's so important because that will support and build their pelvic floor to evacuate better. And this is so very important. So exercise will help with the digestion, and you will see that if you exercise well and keep your weight in order, your sugar goes down, your chance of you developing hypertension is less. Even if, I've seen lots and lots of people who are on young people who are on who have been diagnosed with diabetes, high blood pressure. Once they start working out, start losing weight, the bowel movement gets better. They come off these medications, and I know there is a fad with all these obesity medications. You don't need to. You just need to get a routine of drinking enough water and exercising 5 times a week. The next most important thing, I think, 95% of the population, or maybe 90%, is that please do not take your phones to the bathroom, because what happens there is your job in the bathroom is to be 3 to 4 minutes. That's it. I bet people sit there for 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, because it's your downtime, literally. Because there's no one, you lock yourself, scroll through, answer your WhatsApp. It's very reassuring, calming, and all that. But you know, if you actually think about practically, you got your pen down, you're sitting there, you've done job, but you're going to go to work, or you have to go drop the children's school or whatever it may be. You want to clear everything, so you're sitting there straining, and the more you strain, you are more likely to develop hemorrhoids. So avoiding constipation is good, drinking a lot of water is good, exercise is good, but more important, because there's research papers have shown that constipation may be a cause, but more using the phone and straining in the toilet can cause hemorrhoids. So they all interconnected, and people try to, I'll clear everything out. There's your rectum is designed to store material as and when through the day, and you have support. So you trying to evacuate whatever is there, you will just you know research has shown that you may develop hemorrhoids. So avoid that, and also avoid looking at the phone an hour before sleeping. So because of the white light, it affects your sleep quality, it affects your gut. There are trillions of bacteria inside. They are like children living inside you. 70% of communication goes from your uh, gut microbiome, or the bacteria and the virus and the fungi which live in your gut, to the brain. Only 20-30% comes this way. So basically, if you don't put enough water, don't put enough the right food, a balanced diet with a lot of veggies and less of fat, they send messages to the brain. That's where the brain fog comes in, your digestion gets screwed, and constipation sets in. So they're all interconnected. So these are our commandments: water, exercise, avoid the phone, balanced diet, a lot of veggies and greens, you know, always in your plate, fill it up with vegetables and greens, and the rice and rotis, less processed food, and that should take care of your constipation and your gut and all the trillion bacteria who live inside you.
All right. I think there are so many tips here that, people across categories can easily benefit, especially taking the phone to the bathroom. That's, I think, one advice that we can all follow. So, thank you very much, Dr. Venkatesh. It was lovely speaking to you.
Ramya, is it time for the fun fact now?
So, Zubaida, this week we're going to have a fun fact. In some quarters, it can be fun, but I'm warning you that it can also gross you out or weird you out.
Okay.
There is a thing called fecal microbiota transplantation, and it involves taking the fecal material from a healthy donor and transplanting it onto a patient who usually has C. difficile infection, CDI it's called, and nowadays it's also being used for IBD. It involves using the stool from a healthy donor. It is processed and then sent via colonoscopy or a nasogastric tube or through an enema into the gut of the patient. So, what this does, it removes the unhealthy bacteria from the gut of the patient
and it is substituted with healthy bacteria from the donor. So this means donor and patient live a happy life.
Yeah, slightly weird, but still fun.
Yeah, happy gut, happy life. And that's a wrap. For these stories and more, click on the QR code you see displayed on the screen. And thank you so much for watching.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Talking Politics on the Hindu Original YouTube channel. I'm Nistula Heppar, political editor of the Hindu, and your host for a show where we go behind the scenes on events making the news in domestic politics. Now, this week, we decided to digress a bit from the narrow confines of domestic politics and electoral battles. This week, we will be looking at a piece of legislation which is being implemented by the Australian government, that of banning under 16-year-olds from at least 10 big social media platforms. What is going to be the impact of that? All those are issues that are of interest to communities across the world. Everybody's looking at it very, very carefully here in India as well. And it is also a matter of great interest to me personally. And to talk about this, we have here today Amitabh Kumar. He is the founder of Contrails.ai, which is basically working in the field of internet and internet security. Amitabh has also worked with platforms like YouTube, ByteDance that owns TikTok, etc., on user safety and protection. A very, very warm welcome to you, Amitabh, on Talking Politics this week.
Thank you.
Right off the bat, Amitabh, I wanted to ask you the background of this legislation, because when we were speaking earlier before the recordings began about how you had also been involved to a great degree with the architecture of this legislation and the need to go forward with this legislation. If you could talk a little about that.
Certainly. So one of the main characters of this legislation is Julie Iman Grant, and she was the e-safety commissioner of Australia. We have served on similar safety advisory boards. She and me together know each other well. So whenever such legislations are discussed, they are usually global consultations which go on for years, and a lot of research is done. And in Australia, back in 2021, right after COVID, we saw the coming in of the Online Safety Act, which was kind of the foundation of what we are seeing right now. And since this act came into place, there has also been a lot of research from the Royal Medical College of Australia, which is showing how violent content is really bad for children, be it sleep deprivation, be it aggression, be it loss of confidence. So there has been pressure mounting, and this has been in consultation with the big tech for a while. 10 December just happened to be the day where they have drawn the line.
Right. Already we are seeing news that some kids have managed to subvert the ban and retain their accounts, and also kind of been able to access these social media platforms, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Meta, etc. So do you think it is going to be effective? How do you look at the efficacy of this legislation?
I think it's certainly met the effective part on the aspect of awareness, that parents now in Australia and across the globe through channels like you will get aware that there is a problem. There is a thought process, at least in Australia, that children should not be online. As far as implementation goes, 100% implementation does not happen. It will be a staged process where over a period of time, I think between a year or two, 90 to 95% children will not be on platforms, because platforms will try to do age gating, but also parents will try and find other activities for children or guide them in the right place. So I think it's going to be an interesting time period to see. The awareness has been met, and I think that was the bigger aspect of the law, and the implementation will follow.
Right. Do you think that if big tech had stepped in when parents and civil society and members of parliament here in India also, we've had a lot of people talk about this in the Standing Committee on IT and Communication. I remember reading a report where there were all sorts of fears expressed by members of parliament with regard to the exposure to the internet of the very vulnerable in terms of age. Do you think that the big tech companies, had paid attention, when those big US congressional hearings that happened and harrowing kind of testimony of children who had been bullied or had been exposed to porn, if companies had decided that, look, okay, we have a product, we do need to make a, profit, but it cannot be usuriousness and it cannot be at the cost of our children. It's a societal issue, and we do give that much of premium to societal good. Do you think that could have stopped this from going to a legal sort of legislative sort of level?
I have a two-part answer, and it's actually paradoxical. Number one is most of the online safety is actually funded by big tech, right? Even folks like us, we work with them, the research across the globe, and this will go into billions if we look into the last decade. That is the amount of money that has been put up by Facebook, leading the way, Google, Microsoft, and all the others. The other side of it is these are businesses. Businesses run within the spectrum of the law. And a lot of what you saw in the congressional hearings, a lot of the cases that come out are horrific and criminal in nature. What has happened to these children is not acceptable by far. So the urgency comes from the horrific nature of what is happening on the internet. The other side of it is, unless there is a law, and many CEOs in the congressional hearing said, please give us standards. So this law is now providing a standard that children below the age of 16 should not be on your platform, and please implement it. So this was in the gray area. Now it has become black and white. Earlier, if you remember, adult sites have a very simple click button, I am above 18. And I don't even know if many of them don't work if you say I'm below 18. So, but that was not really a check, it was merely a formality. From that, we have gone into actual implementation, or at least an attempt of implementation, which is most welcomed by everybody working in the child online safety space.
Mm-hmm. But a lot of people also kind of say that, internet, freedom of expression, etc., they connect it to that fundamental value. And also that since this is a world with a ubiquitous exposure to internet, that children from, say, societies where there is this kind of a ban, when they do meet the internet after the age of 16, they're going to be overwhelmed. They will not be able to handle it. They will not have the thick skin required, or they will be handicapped in some sort of a way in navigating that world. I mean, what do you have to say on that?
Absolutely right on the last part. Navigation of internet would have to be taught. This is not a natural thing. Children don't know it because they're not born with it. So just like children going to school, going to university, going out in the world by themselves, parents, teachers, caregivers, society takes care of them. We would need to take care of them and teach them how to use the internet. It is not a natural aspect. The other part is there are still amazing, beautiful educational things on the internet. Just they are on different websites. They are on different spaces where it has been taken, the ownership has been taken by platforms that we will only provide safe content to them. So the nuance part becomes very important. All of internet is not bad. All of internet is not good. Some of internet is great for children, education, expression, freedom of expression. They get to learn it. They get reflection on it. But the second a pedophile comes in that place, that is where you need to draw the curtains. That is where the law needs to step in. The second adult entertainment gets in. It's called adult entertainment for a reason. The second addictive gaming gets in. So tools where adults can take decisions, and in the real world there are so many, right? Smoking, drinking, driving, banking, voting. Similarly, on the internet as well, there are places where children can go with parents accompanying them, and there are others where children just cannot go because that is not meant for them. So I think the nuance of the industry is coming forward. The industry is maturing, and as every industry matures, more and more laws, safeguard, guardrails come up.
But there is also another concern, Amitabh, that thanks to the pandemic and the worldwide lockdown that we saw, country after country confining people to their homes, children of a certain age who got caught up in all of that, they don't have the necessary skills for real world community building, friendship, connections, etc. And a lot of their social connectivity is mediated through the internet, through these apps. Do you think that there needs to be something more that needs to be done in terms of counselors and parents, in terms of their sensitivity to this, because suddenly if you have lost touch with a wide community that you have been interacting with, maybe not in real life, maybe only in cyberspace, but that is connectivity of a sort, it can lead to a lot of withdrawal symptoms and problematic sort of behavior.
Oh, certainly. Literacy for the internet is required, right? What is happening in our computer classes right now in India, where we are learning languages like C++, does not make any sense anymore. We need to learn how to use Google, Facebook, ChatGPT, and this needs to be taught. And it will start with literacy of parents and caregivers and teachers, because unless they are aware, how do they teach children? So literacy needs to shoot up, and it is on the businesses as well as on the government, just like a driving license for a car. UK actually has something called ICDL, International Computer Driving License, where their children go through the basics of turning a PC on, going to the website. So that needs to be done at a modernized scale where children not just understand internet, but understand AI, because that is the truth of 2025. And we need to spend a lot of resources on this, both as a society, but also request stakeholders like companies to spend a lot more on raising awareness and literacy.
And also surrounding them by real life friends and how to deal with social interactions in real terms.
Definitely. I mean, the fragment of society is living together, and while these tools do connect us, even medically, human connection and human interaction is completely different than virtual interaction and virtual connection. So,
because they have been called the anxious generation, the Gen Z had been called the anxious generation. A lot of the bad and a lot of the negativity around that was blamed on the internet and how they don't know how to what do you call it, relate in real life. There are all sorts of studies that uh, I have been seeing in the media. One is that, of course, like in the UK, this is a generation that has the highest number of gym memberships. People putting on, headphones and working out, and they really don't want to deal with it. And the older kind of way of socializing, of people going to the pub for an evening drink after work, that has come down really, really badly. So it is a healthy generation, but mentally quite anxious.
Certainly, it's also one of the most aware generations about mental health, right? So awareness also leads to indulgence, and change is the inevitable part. But what we hear about internet, I'm sure people heard about television, radio, newspapers. So I think every new form of communication and technology does carry some stigma, does carry some inertia. But at the end of it, thankfully, till now, humans have adapted pretty well. So hopefully, and I'm quite, I work with these young people. I do online safety workshops in schools and colleges. They adapt much quicker than us for sure. So they will figure out a positive way. What we need to ensure as a society, as multiple stakeholders, is that this is a safe way that they are figuring out. And in the figuring out, there is not hurt and there is not violence, and there are not crimes which are committed, because the flip side of all of this is that negativity also makes people shy away from being their honest self on the internet. Hate speech and cyberbullying does carry a lot of mental stigma as well. So finding that mid path which is safe, positive, and creative is pretty much the direction we should be taking.
Now, Amitabh, before we recorded, we had been talking about how, say my generation is a digital migrant and, the Gen Z is a digital native. And so we both come at the internet, at different levels of remove and consume things differently. Can you just give me a little bit of an idea of what you expect will happen once this ban is in for a few months? What kind of a content change, what algorithmic change do you think will happen in terms of content?
Well, I think firstly, it'll be lots of billions of dollars, right? I mean, the platforms do target children with their ads, which is where they make a lot of revenue. So now ads will go a lot more in the adult direction. That means not really for children viewing, hypersexuality, violence. can be expected, is one change in content. The other side is emerging of platforms that are only for children, right? So segregation over there, because it
Like
does
the
suddenly.
Sesame Street of the internet.
Exactly, exactly. I think more than that, it will be each individual user and family. How are they going about it? Are parents shutting down the internet for the child? Or are they slowly bringing them to a point where they have internet, which is safe for them, and websites, and they have other activities as well? We are in a generation where the average time of screen time for internet users is 4.5, 6 hours a day. That is like a decent amount of time being spent online. And a lot of this is being spent on these popular 10 sites, even in Australia. So that is going to be a major shift, that when you don't spend time over there, what do you do with this time? Do you, the hope is you go out and explore, or do you find even more problematic sites on the dark web? And also, this is where monitoring, this is where thinking of steps, this is where involvement of people from the family and from the school and college becomes so important. And it would have to be done proactively and not to just leave them alone or figure it out. You cannot be on your favorite sites anymore. So doing it in a phased out manner is what I would recommend.
Now we'll come to the final question that I have, which is about India. I mean, is there a case for this kind of a law here? And because we are one of the youngest countries in the world, and more to the point, what is the enforcement and compliance atmosphere here?
Well, I mean, the DPDPA Act is already implemented in India. So around, I think, 15th of May 2027, the age assurance in India is even higher than Australia. It's 18 and below. So the use case is certainly there. But India is one of the most diverse countries, and we all have heard it, but it's just true about the internet as well, right? About 50%, depending on data that you have, 50% of India is still to come on the internet. A lot of the people coming from underprivileged background, the internet was actually empowerment for them because it was a leveler. By Facebook,
everybody had a platform. Yeah,
everybody had a platform, and there are voices and there are influencers from corners of the country who are making money. So there are those beautiful cases. Similarly, when it comes to crime, hate speech, cyberbullying, it is even more in the rural areas because they don't know where to go, what to do. So both of this will parallelly exist in India. I think in India, we definitely need the internet to empower people. But at the same time, we need to spend way more on cyber safety and trust and safety and cyber security, because India is turning into a hub of cybercrime. Like most of the global cybercrime is being committed from call centers out of
like
India.
Jamtara and all that. Yeah,
exactly. Now, Jamtara exists outside every big city, right, in 2025. And I work with the cybercrime police, so I have this data.
Wow, okay.
And India needs to set the example, because we are a very information education driven society by itself. We do respect education and information. The use of it and the lack of abuse of it is the way we need to go forward. And India will definitely do something very interesting. We are the backbone of the internet. We are the backbone of AI. How can our people, how can Indians gain from it, especially children, is what we need to carve out.
Yeah, because we've seen all sorts of adults also get taken in by our AI images. There is disinformation in our elections, all sorts of things that happen. Things go around the world a million times because before you can find out whether this was authentic or not authentic, different things is hate speech, you name it, we have it. So
yeah, and I think
problematic.
The positive part is that even the Prime Minister has spoken about digital arrest.
Yes,
so that
yes.
means our leadership is taking forward. I mean, Contrails.ai is an Indian startup working on trust and safety. That means investors are also waking up to it. So it is not that we are sleeping. We are making attempts, but we are the biggest country in the world. We have so many people and so many diverse people. So it does take time. Plus, we cannot copy anybody. We cannot take a law from Australia and implement it in India. India's scale and size does not exist. Even China is not as diverse as India. America does not have the numbers. We sadly and hopefully need to come up with our own solutions. And this is where Make in India for India becomes so important, that we need to ensure that our internet is awesome. But here I must say, if there is a place where Indians are working very, very hard, it is on making our internet awesome. I mean, the startups, the big companies coming out of India are truly innovative, and it gives me a lot of hope in that sector.
Well, let's end on this very, very hopeful note, Amitabh, and let's hope that everything goes off well in Australia, because it will definitely be a kind of a banner for the rest of the world to be looking at and following. I mean, I have a great feeling that it's this particular law is going to be under a microscope from the rest of the world. Thank you so much for joining us on Talking Politics and clearing some of the cobwebs away from this very, very important piece of legislation. Thank you once again. Thank you, viewers, and I'll see you next week.
We could say that after 2 decades of instability, it was Hafez al-Assad who stabilized Syria. The Muslim Brotherhood had a massive uprising in Hama. So Assad had to use force. Thousands of people were killed, apparently. Hama uprising was put down brutally. We promised stability, we promised economic prosperity, we don't discriminate against communities, but at the same time, we also don't want these kind of armed challenges or resistance to our rule. So this was the message they were saying.
What triggered the protests in 2011 and how did that escalate so drastically?
The protests were very genuine and they wanted economic